Hello, Parser people. Happy, not exactly Tuesday, but close enough. Happy Sunday. Happy first week of NFL, if that's your thing. Happily, my team played on Friday, so I have today off. More importantly, it's still IFComp, and I'm really excited because IFComp is not limited to, but designed to be 2-hour games. You're supposed to be able to get whatever you need to out of the game in 2 hours, and that was really true of the last game that we checked out. CAJ Pasian's game, which if you use the formula of every hour of playtime, every hour of playtime is 2 hours of stream time for Parser games, then if we hit 4 hours of stream time, you got everything that you needed out of that game to be able to at least get what it's putting down and be able to rate it in a meaningful way. And it only took a little under 5 hours, so but tonight we're gonna play super short games. We're gonna play the 15-minute games. We're gonna play 30-minute games. I used the IFComp personal, where'd it go? Oh my gosh, just flash everywhere. I use the IFComp personalized shuffle, which gives you a stable shuffle. I don't know how the tech works, but there's a bunch of ways that you can do it. And that way I have this shuffle, and I checked out all the games enough to see that they loaded and look good, and we're just gonna dive in. So we're gonna start with AM Rough. We're gonna start with The Garbage of the Future, which is by AM Rough. It is a web-based game. It looks like it's Twine to me, but the actual technology, what does it really matter? But this is something that can run in your browser. You can check out, I did not set this all up, but you can check out AM Rough right there at their website. And Garbage of the Future is also on itch. So this is really cool to me. It's always really rad to see stuff that looks new. So somebody who's maybe new to making games, maybe new to the whole deal. So we have some stuff. So let's check out the boring stuff first. We have an about. It's by AM Rough. Acknowledgements. Why not? We have some testers. Daniel Stelzer. There's some code acknowledgements for jQuery, seedrandom.js, and the Libra Baskerville font. God bless Baskerville. How to play, some general tips. It's a short one puzzle game. There are a few variations and things to do. There are achievements. It saves automatically each turn and can be resumed if you close it and come back later. That's why it says resume at the top. We're going to start a new game because I really just clicked around and didn't think. That it's a that it's a puzzle game. I think I'm going to get a piece of paper and flip open to one, just to you know, have verbs appear in the pop-up for the object or the target of the action. So go to road will appear in the pop-up for the road, point flashlight at bird. So you can click on words, you'll get actions that way. Links for items will appear in the items parent and container. Items Jake is carrying will appear in the pop-up for Jake. Items in a room will appear in the room's pop-up. Cool. I played around with this very, very slightly, and the interface is super, super slick. I was really impressed. I liked it a lot. Cool. So basically just click around. Achievements. Total achievements. 16. Don't need to know any of that. Settings. Font size is fine. Dark mode, please. Special effects, yes. Display exits, please. Yeah, all of that is fine. I just like to check out all the settings and things. Maybe there's something nifty. Maybe there's something that, I don't know, deserves to be on. So cool. Let's hit new game. Start new game. In the darkness, Bill backed the truck down the dirt road to the shore. The clearing in the forest was silent, except for the engine and the slight breeze coming across the lake. He set the parking brake with his bandaged hand and said, "Let's get this over with." In the passenger seat, Jake mumbled something unintelligible, then reached for the glove box. So this is like, I didn't look at the help before that. I think this is really good. Just general design. That, okay, let's introduce this concept of clicking on things. And clicking on things is like a contextual menu. Just like solid, nice design. The truck's glove box, which is closed. Open the glove box. Jake opens the glove box. Inside, a faint glow illuminates a flashlight and a manual. The truck is unnervingly dark. Bill says, if you forget what to do, it's in the manual. Alright, manual. Take the manual. What's in the manual? Show to Bill. In the darkness, Jake asks Bill about the manual. Bill says, I met the guy who wrote it once. The truck is unnervingly dark. Okay. Let's go back to the truck. Interesting. Let's get back to the glove box. So let's pick up the flashlight as well. A small flashlight stored in the glove box. It's for navigating the spiteful darkness. It's turned off. Let's take it. Jake takes the flashlight from the glove box. The truck is unnervingly dark. Let's do flashlight, turn on. Jake turns on the flashlight and emits a bright beam. It's now easier to see things in the truck. On the radio, a panel of experts discuss Bigfoot. Jake. A diligent worker named Jake, sitting in the passenger seat of the truck. A generally upstanding member of the society. He's feeling good about things, relatively speaking. He's holding a flashlight and a manual. What about the truck? So the interior of the truck, which is parked in a dark clearing. The passenger door opens into a field. In the clearing, the headlights light up the path ahead. There's Bill, who sits in the driver's seat. Jake sits in the passenger seat. Tank gauge is at 100%. A tank gauge attached to the truck's instrument panel. It indicates how much revolting sludge remains in the tank. The needle points steadily at 100%. Curious what revolting sludge is, but hey, you know, we all have thoughts about crude oil. Bill is a lumpy truck driver. He's sitting in the driver's seat of the truck. His hand is mysteriously bandaged. Oh, let's talk. Jake mumbles something unintelligible. Bill says, "It's a pretty good job, lots of opportunities. I was Employee of the Month in June." Bill fidgets around in the driver's seat. So, I'm already thinking, and maybe I shouldn't be, but one of the things that I always find interesting about games in general is this idea of the silent protagonist. And it's like, no, like you can write wording of a question. You can give not even personalization, not even like personification, but just, I don't know, mumbles something unintelligible, just doesn't quite feel right, but it's also not the point of the game, potentially. All right, so let's get out of the truck. Let's actually step out and go to the field. The field in the clearing in the dark and oppressive forest. We still have the flashlight on. Jake exits the truck and steps into the field in the forest. There's a path, a shore, a forest, and a truck. Let's check out the field. The field on the east side of the clearing in the dark and oppressive forest. The clearing extends ahead towards the path and back towards the shore, and there is a truck parked here. So, if I were a robot spacer, I would not be doing this in the dark, but I would also have a camera on my hands to show the bizarre map making that I'm going to be doing here, which probably I started way too high on the piece of paper, as I always do, but that's fine. Okay. The clearing extends ahead towards the path and back towards the shore. Somewhere in the trees overhead there's a bird. With the help of the flashlight, it's possible to see the truck and a trash pile. What does the truck look like from the outside? The passenger side of the rusty truck, which is parked in the field, a large tank is attached along the length of the truck. There's a hose stored on the side of the truck. On the end of the heavy hose stored on the side of the truck. One end of the heavy hose. The other end is also stored on that side of the truck. It's old and cracked and ratty looking. Well, take it. Jake takes the hose from the truck. The flashlight flickers off and becomes dark. Okay. Hit. Jake hits the flashlight and it flickers on. It is now easier to see things. The bird flies out of the field. Okay. So this is definitely interesting. It is hard to manage inventory this way. I'm curious if that's part of the point. But I am one of those kinds of people who likes to get distracted on every single thing. The exits down at the bottom is really, really nice too. So Jake, let's look at this hose. It's old and ratty looking. What about the other end of the hose? It's just stored by the truck. What about both ends? Okay. I take the hose completely from the truck. Let's go to... So we're still in kind of exploration mode. Let's go to the shore. The shore on the south side of the clearing, next to the lake. Jake goes from the field to the shore. The truck is still parked here. Something makes a slightly horrifying grunting sound nearby on the dirt road. It's an ominous presence. It's unseen, lurking somewhere nearby in the general area. I don't know how I'm feeling about these descriptions as well. It's just a lot of words to repeat the things that are in the last screen, kind of. If you like click the shore, it's like the shore is on the south side of the clearing. Well, we're in this shore. You know, the shore parentheses south. It's just something to think about. In the back is the lake, and ahead the clearing extends around the truck in a hill on the driver's side and in a field on the passenger side. So there's a hill somewhere over here. Okay. Jake is standing here. With the help of the flashlight, it is possible to see a truck. So I've got a hose. Let's go all the way back to the lake. A large, cold, and uninviting lake. Its dark surface glints in the light, and slimy and unnameable things writhe below. We have two choices. We have clean and put hose in lake. Let's clean. No. Let's put hose in lake. Jake drops one end of the hose in the lake. Flashlight flickers and grows dim. We can turn it off. So is Jake... Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Alright. So then... we put the hose in the lake. I do have this, like... and maybe it's a reading comprehension thing. I'm just not totally sure what I'm doing. There's a hose in the lake. So what if we go to the hill? The hill on the west side of the clearing in the dark and oppressive forest. Let's search it. Jake fumbles around in the dark, but there's nothing to find. Well, let's turn on the flashlight. Yeah, it emits a bright beam. It's now easier to see things on the hill. I don't need to drop anything. Overhead, there's a bird. A bird watching menacingly from the trees surrounding the hill. Let's point the flashlight at it. The light seems to disappear in its black, hostile eyes. The bird caws menacingly in the hill. Something makes a slightly horrifying breathing noise nearby on the shore. An ominous presence seems to lurk. The flashlight occasionally glances off something horrible. Gives off a slight, vague sense of horror. Point flashlight at the presence. Jake points the flashlight at the ominous presence. The light seems to glance off something horrible and inhuman. There is a shrieking, retreating sound, and the hill begins to feel less ominous. So I scared something off. That's cool. Let's go back to the hill. Still the bird. Let's shout at the bird. Jake shouts at the hostile bird and startles it. The bird flies out of the hill. Okay. Let's go back to the forest. The forest should have, reaching the length of the hose, Jake rolls it up and now holds both ends. Jake enters the forest from the hill. So we're at the forest west. It's on the edge of the hill, but also descends further into darkness. Let's go deeper into the darkness. Jake struggles deeper into the forest. It looms endlessly in all directions, blocking out all light. So I guess we just go back to the hill. Okay. So if we do shore, we can turn off the flashlight for now. We can put the hose in the lake, and then go back to the hill. And then truck. And then put the... So I was thinking put the truck... Put the hose in the truck, but I guess not. Okay, well there's a toolbox. The interior is dark and hard to see, and oh, fine. Flashlight. truck, toolbox. There's a wrench, an empty dented can, and a greasy business card. Only thing that we can do is take the wrench. Gives off a moderate sense of horror. Well, point the flashlight at it. The hill continues to feel ominous. Okay, let's move forward since that's what it said to do to begin with. The path is there. Jake rolls up the length of the hose. He goes from the hill to the path. The truck is parked here. Something makes a moderately horrifying gurgling sound nearby on the hill. An ominous presence seemed to lurk onto the path. A thing seems to appear in the headlights. There is a shrieking retreating sound, and the path begins to feel less ominous. So it's just ominous presence, ominous presence. What's going on with the headlights? The one good headlight floods the area with bright light, creating an island of light surrounded by darkness. Alright, dirt road. So we've gone from the path to the dirt road. And there's nothing here. So it's a winding dirt road going between the highway and the path in the clearing by the lake. It's possible to see an abandoned car. A grimy abandoned car on the side of the dirt road. It's disintegrating and half sunk into the ground. Through the grime, once bright plastic colors hint at a former life. It's being held together with a piece of duct tape. Well, no, it's not. Jake removes the duct tape from the abandoned car. There are all sorts of things I can apply the tape to, but I'm not going to. Let's go to the abandoned car. Okay, we can't do anything there. Dirt road. Alright, let's go to the highway. The county highway, a tenuous connection back to civilization. We're at mile 17. A potholed and cracked county highway stretching into the distance in either direction. A dirt road branches off towards the lake. Jake is standing here. It's possible to see a street sign. A wobbly, bullet-ridden street sign on the highway. It says 55 mile an hour. The highway winds for miles through the untamed wilderness before reaching the nearest town. Let's go to the dirt road. I'm sure that leads directly to the lake. A winding dirt road going between the highway and the path and the clearing by the lake. Jake is standing here. Oh no, that's just where the... Right, dirt road. Okay, so we could go back to the highway. Is there... The only thing there is to do is to apply tape to the street sign. It doesn't do anything. Oh, and there's distant highway. It's some very nice duct tape if it's this removable. Duct tape, a flashlight, a manual. Oh, here we are. It did say to read the manual. So, safety. Always wear safety equipment when handling hazardous materials, gloves, goggles, ventilators, and bodysuits. Only use certified equipment. All equipment should be serviced at regular intervals. Damaged equipment should be replaced immediately. Remember, safety begins with you. So this is a tanker truck. To empty the tank, oh, here we go. All right, remove the hose. Attach one hose end to the valve on the tank, other to the destination. Open the valve, using the specialized wrench, turn on the pump. So this should be easy. We just need to figure out where to put it. Always follow the rules. Be aware of your surroundings. Put all tools back in their proper locations. Okay. Okay. So yeah, let's go back to the car. So let's look at the truck. Let's go to the clearing. Yeah, alright. So we're in the clearing. I don't think we need to drop anything. So maybe it's... the truck is here. It's old and cracked and ratty looking. So let's put the tape on the hose. The flashlight flickers brighter. Oh, well, that's kind of it. So I do think that the answer is to put one end of the hose in the lake and then dump it. Hello, Retro Homebrew. How are you? Happy Tuesday. Yeah, we're playing IFComp games, and I am started with a puzzle, which means that we'll be here forever. But yeah, so I think where I'm gonna go. No, it's definitely Tuesday right now. Don't worry. So, definitely want to go to the field. And that's fine. Something can emit a moderately horrifying groan nearby. Definitely go to the shore. Surface of the lake. Put hose in lake. Go back to the field. So let's go and look at this truck. We can enter the truck. Oh, well, I can't fit while carrying the large hose. There doesn't seem to be a way. I mean, put away on truck, so maybe that's just the language that it uses. So shore, surface of lake, put hose in lake. Field, truck, put away hose. And then, okay, if we look at the truck, we have the wrench. I could throw it. All right, I could go into the truck. I can enter the truck. He sits next to Bill. Bill says, "It always feels colder out here." He peers out the window and seems to shiver. Yeah, let's show the wrench to Bill. Bill says, "It's good at both opening and closing things. It's a very special wrench. Try not to lose it." So maybe I need to go over to the field. What is this trash pile? So I've got a pile of disgusting trash in the field and the clearing. Bits and pieces are strewn about, spreading its entropy constantly outwards. It likely contains many different types of trash. Well, there's nothing better to do than to dig through a trash pile. Jake digs through the trash pile and finds an old worn down tire. He throws the useless trash back into the seemingly endless pile. Let's dig through it again. Oh no. Okay. Well, I died. A hideous and inhuman thing emerged from the shadows. With horrible claws and teeth, it latched onto Jake and tore and ripped and slashed. Jake stood bravely and attempted to fight it off with the wrench, but he was quickly dispatched by the hideous thing. The disgusting sound of slobbering and cracking and gnawing resonated on the field. Long after, many future workers would hear the strange tale of the incredibly lazy worker named Jake, who simply walked off the job one night without doing any work. He was promptly replaced by a more dedicated worker. The end. Okay. Well, I got eaten by a monster, and I got eaten without dumping any waste. That's 2 of the 16 achievements. Now that I know what I'm doing. Alright, let's open the glove box. Let's take the manual. Let's turn on the flashlight. Let's show the flashlight to Bill. That flashlight more or less works. You need to do things outside in the dark. I'm sure I do. Alright, so we go to the field. We go to the truck. There's a hose. We're going to take that. We're going to go to the shore. We're going to put the hose in the lake. Surface the lake, we're going to clean hands. We're going to go back to the hill. We got the truck. We got the toolbox. We're going to open the toolbox. We're going to take the wrench. We're going to point the flashlight at the ominous presence to make it shriek and retreat. We go back to the hill. There's no truck. There's no nothing. Oh no, we do have the truck. Truck. But not anything that we can do. Okay. Let's go back to the path. Truck is parked here. We should go to the clearing. And then to the truck. See, this is where I'm confused. And there is a please backseat on puzzles. I am notoriously terrible at puzzles, and I do not take any shame for someone being like, no. This is how it should be done. So, I need to, according to the manual, I need to open the valve on the truck. And I've put the so I've put the hose end, I think anyway. We go back to the dirt road. We want to go back to the path to the field. So I think that the different areas are on different sides of the truck, and you can see different things. Yeah, so there's a field on the passenger side, the hill on the driver's side. There's a hose stored on the side of the truck. I have the wrench. There is this trash pile I can dig through. There's a tire. Disintegrating particle board. One more time. A smelly shoe. And I should probably go back to the truck. Enter truck. Okay, we have the tank gauge. So I can go out to the field. Go to the path. Presents. Nothing is working. Great. I can go to the hill. I bet nothing is working. Hey now. Because the flashlight is... Oh no, it's on. What if I hit it? Flickers brighter, even better. Bird. Point flashlight at bird. And it goes away. So it seems like I need to keep scaring these folks off. So on the hill, I can go into the forest, but the forest didn't have anything. So the truck, it has the large tank. I am certainly missing something here. And I'm not sure even what. So let's go into the forest. It's dark and oppressive. It's on the edge of a hill. Descends further into darkness. It says for operating the valve on the tank. So if I go back to the hill, go to Jake, I go to wrench. Go to truck. But then I can't operate because there's a large tank attached along the length of the truck. So it's got to be on the other side. Path. Field. Jake. Wrench. Truck. Hose. Well, let's go up and get that tape. So it was path. Yeah, on the field side you can get the hose. I have the hose in the lake right now. And I have the wrench. Yep. Oh, do I need... Okay. I will try that in a moment. I'm going to get this all-important tape from the abandoned car. Remove tape. Okay. Back to the path. Back to the field. Yeah. Okay, no. Dirt road, that's fine. Sure. Truck. There we go. With the flashlight, it is possible to see a tank gauge, a valve, and a pump switch. So the valve is closed. It is designed to have a wrench attached to it. So I need to go to the hill. The forest, that's not, or no, I'm sorry. You need to go to the field. You need to go to the truck. The hose. The other end is in the shore. I want to apply the tape to the thing. I need to hit the flashlight to turn it back on. I had the hose. I need to get it again. I need to point the light at the ominous presence. There's a contemptuous grunting sound. That's not great, but it lurks off to the field. Oh, well, Anyway, hose. Take one end. Now we go to the shore. Now we look at the truck. Now we go to the valve. We attach the hose. We go to the valve again. The valve is closed. It has a hose attached to it. One end is attached to the valve. The other is to the lake. Wrapped with a piece of duct tape, almost as good as new. We open the valve with the wrench. Sludge from the leaky hose starts flowing into the lake. Something emits an unbearably horrifying groan from the shadows of the shore. Going to shout at it. It retreats, and the shore begins to feel less ominous. Sludge from the leaky hose begins to flow into the lake. So we can go to the field. We can go into the truck. Sounds like the tank is still pretty full. That's fine. 96%, and it's decreasing. So can we... No, we don't want to close it. Liquid is oozing out of the cracks. That's fine. Let's go to lake. Let's clean the hands. See, it's fine. Dumping things is fine. Normal, even. There was somewhere where we could wait. I think it was the path, maybe? Jake is standing here. Oh, there we go. Jake thinks fondly at home. Jake waits patiently. There's no rush. Jake daydreams about getting a better job. Let's go back to the field. The bird caws menacingly. No, it doesn't. We shout at the bird. Normal behavior. We can enter the truck. 85%. Well, let's take the manual. So what? I mean, I guess wait. Bill scratches at his bandaged hand at the driver's seat. On the radio, a discussion about gardening descends into what sounds like physical violence. A bird caws menacingly from somewhere in the clearing. Something emits a moderately horrifying groan in the distance. Can we talk to Bill about his hand? Sounds like the tank is still pretty full. If the pump switch is giving you problems, there's probably some way to stick it down. Maybe with tape? Okay. Well. Path? No, field. Sure. Hose. truck? Oh, pump switch. That would help. Turn the pump switch on. Follow instructions. Jake turns on the pump switch and the pump begins vibrating, making normal pump sounds. Sludge from the leaky hose gushes into the lake. Point the flashlight at it. Glances off something, there's contemptuous grunting and the shore continues to feel ominous, so that didn't really scare it off. Its surface is growing cloudy and slimy and unnameable things writhe below. Yeah, I'm not cleaning my hands in that. I don't care what the achievement is. I want to win the game. Alright. If we go to the hill, which isn't where I wanted to go to the path, and then the field, and then into the truck like a normal person. Cool, 66%. That's so much. That's so much better. Talk to Bill. Sounds like the tank is around halfway full. If the pump switch is giving you problems, there's probably some way to stick it down. No, it's fine. It's fine. 65. The radio plays a commercial for Ed's waste disposal. That's us. Yeah, the truck is unnervingly dark. There we go. Now it's flickering on. It's down to 60%, which is slower than I want it to be. So let's nope. Just get eaten. Alright, let's do one more try now that I know what I'm doing. Alright, glove box, flashlight, take, path. Path is on the north side. We go to the path. Go to the dirt road. Turn on the flashlight. Go to the abandoned car. We remove the tape. Go back to the path. Go to the hill. Go look at the truck. Get the toolbox. Open the toolbox. Take the wrench. There's a presence that's lurking off the hill. We go to the shore. We go to the field. We look at the truck. We take. We take the whole thing. We go to the shore. We attach one end of the hose. We go to the surface of the lake. We put the hose in the lake. Point the flashlight at the presence. Tell it to go away for a while. We have the valve. We're going to open the valve with the wrench. We're going to take the pump switch. We're going to turn it on. And then we're going to take the pump switch again. And we're going to apply the tape. Okay. I've definitely gotten the main idea. And I think with the achievements, I kind of get like what it's putting down when it comes to themes. Like if I try to clean my hands in the lake while it was dirty, I'd probably start mutating into a monster. I think we have lots of other games to check out. This is definitely interesting, and I want to make it. I think it's always hard when you play games, especially on stream. I think it's always kind of hard to see when it's time to bounce around. And I will fully admit that puzzle games are lost on me, and like procedural puzzles, especially like the standard, like you have a bag of grain and a goat and a fox for some reason, and you have to get all 3 across the river kind of question. It's like, how do you do that efficiently? Like, that's admittedly a puzzle that is lost on me, and I feel like that's very much what this puzzle is. Like, you have to get everything right, and you have to like the order of operations on the actual mechanics right, as well as managing the monsters and things like that, like the bird and the monster itself. Both of those seem to be interacting with the danger. I think this is all really, really, really interesting. I was talking about the interface before. I think the interface is actually hurting it a lot. I think this would be better, and hopefully this isn't just my biases. I think this would be better as a parser game where you have control over your play space in a better way. And like the repetitiveness of the descriptions would be like expected, as opposed to something where it felt like something was wrong with the way that I was playing. These are all just like random thoughts from someone who can barely get out writing, much less a game. So for sure, there's a lot here that I really do like. I'm curious how deep it goes, and I might give it a crack off stream to see what else is going on. But I think the name of getting a few more games up here, let's move on to the next game. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna check out the next game, which is a game. It's called Campfire. Do 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 do. Way simpler title. Wow. So we're gonna check out Campfire. Campfire is listed as a short camping experience. Heck yeah. It's the author's first piece of completed writing in over 15 years. That's really exciting as someone who is getting back into writing and has worked on smaller games and things like that, but not necessarily like getting something out for IFComp. That's really, really cool. So let's check this out. Not light mode. One thing that just in general, this has nothing to do with the game itself, but like, I really wish the default sizes on things were like way bigger. Just give me big fonts. Even with my glasses, like dark gray on black, that is a default, but like it really shouldn't be. And that's not fair to new developers and new game makers who like rely on defaults to get a game out rather than having to worry about that kind of stuff. I watch a lot of Worlds of ZZT. If you want to see a ZZT game that is not your typical ZZT game, I did make a ZZT game belatedly for IFComp of the year before. But I definitely follow Worlds of ZZT, and one of the things that they talk about is like how yellow borders is sort of hey, all right, I did it right. How yellow borders is like a default in ZZT, especially in the early days. But it's also something where it's like I think a challenge, because it's also something that, when you're evaluating games, and especially if you're like quote unquote in the scene, it's viewed as a negative in design. For various design reasons that like for both ZZT and I think for like typography and UX from that perspective, are like super in the weeds. And the whole point, I think, of defaults is to make it so that people don't have to be in the weeds. It's just general rambling. So we have Campfire. Tick, tick, tick. Look over, and we open our eyes. Okay, so how is everyone? How did anyone think having a meeting this early was a good idea? I'd like to begin by thanking everyone for their time today. Like I have a choice to be here. Unfortunately, we've had a pretty disappointing quarter. Last quarter, we were only up 1% over last year, and this quarter, we barely made a 0.5%. Sorry to report that we've made money. We budgeted for 5%. So coming in under, hopefully my barely being able to keep my eyes open during this meeting will go unnoticed. Tick, tick, tick. I love automatopoeia and having to say it. Burts, burts, burts. Beep, beep. Burts, burts, burts. Beep. Burts, burts, burts. Shuffle, shuffle. Beep, 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 beep. Burts. Tick, tick, tick. We need to have a discussion about everyone's performance lately. The hideous flicker of a dying fluorescent light does nothing to dampen the ominous atmosphere. I've noticed that we've been making a lot of careless mistakes recently. Anybody care to tell me what's going on? Nobody has anything to say? Well, until these careless mistakes cease, nobody is allowed to use their headphones. No music, no radio, nothing, until our performance approved. And the beatings will continue until morale improves. I'm glad everyone was able to turn in their self-evaluations on time. I've been dreading this for weeks. We will be holding our yearly performance evaluations today. I'll be calling each of you in and we'll discuss how the past year went. 8:40, 8:45, 8:50, Tom. 9 o'clock, 9:05, 9:10, Hannah. 9:20, 9:25, 9:28, 9:29, 9:30, my turn, finally. Time for lunch. Time to sit and sneak in a moment of rest. You know, I think I liked myself better when I was younger. Everyone likes themselves more when they were younger. What nonsense have I walked in on? Like, I used to hang out with my friends at the club, and I'd just sit around at home and watch TV. I know, I used to golf. Now I barely have time to even watch TV. Well, at least I'll have some entertainment. Thankfully, freedom. A brief respite from whatever it is I've been doing this past countless days. Now, though, I'm free. Finally. Freedom. I have a few stops to make on my way home. A quick drive to the market. Shouldn't take long. The market used to be a popular shopping district that is consolidated into a few major businesses. The ones of note to my endeavors today: got the grocery store, the camping store, the convenience store, and home. Sounds like we're going camping, so I think I should go to the camping store? So we can get bug spray, magic fire, a camping stool, aloe lotion. Okay. Bug spray for sure. Where else can you feel so outside while indoors as when at the camping store? The whole store is blanketed with foliage of artificial trees. The conditioned air feeling especially humid owing to the waterfall centerpiece dominating the store. Now, what else? Could get magic fire. That would be fun, and it's only $5. Aloe lotion, also very useful. A camping stool, not so useful, very pricey. Definitely aloe lotion. Definitely magic fire. I think I'm going to hold off on the camping stool. So let's hit up the grocery. Cool, yes. Definitely regular corn. Not too busy. Should be able to pick up a few things without taking too long. Self-checkout looks empty. What to get? Definitely veggies. Definitely some sausage. Everything but steak, I think. One by one into the basket and off to a, thankfully, short line at the self-checkout. Next. Beep, beep, beep. Tap. Back to the car. Off to the last stop. Hit up the convenience store. While a welcome relief during the summer, the cool conditioned air sends a chill through me. A few customers mill about against a background of soft pop. Shelves stocked with a wide variety of daily necessities and impulse purchases. Definitely juice. Now, the question is, I have $25. Either I get something practical. Kindling, very, very important to make a fire. Going camping in the woods, do you really need fireworks? The answer is, of course, no. On the other hand, fireworks. Alright. No more money. Home. Finally free. Free from the burdens of work. Now, just to pack the last of my things. Alright, pack the cooler, add ice, put the farmer's sausage in, put the fresh vegetables in, put the corn in, close the cooler. Backpack, bug spray, magic fire, aloe lotion, popcorn. Close backpack. Car, big thing of juice, fireworks, backpack goes in, cooler goes in, close that trunk, head on out. With a week behind me, the car loaded up, it's time to head out. While I was not hoping for rain today, I'll make the best of it. From home, I should be able to make it to camp around 6. Taking a half day today really saved my evening. Hopefully I won't get stuck in traffic getting out of the city. I open my juice, take a sip, put it in the cup holder. Get there and ring a bell. The chime fills an otherwise vacant reception. Camping literature adorns the far wall. Notices, pamphlets, maps, recipe booklets, vent leaflets haphazardly displayed. To the right, a few chairs, vacant, lined up for waiting visitors. Checking in? I am, I reply, approaching the large reception desk opposite the waiting area. Reservation? I present it. Huh. The attendant's eyes narrow, a look of slight confusion. Was this reservation for a tent site or a yurt? For some reason, the reservation type isn't coming up. Tent. Alright. Tent grounds are a short walk from here. Here's your pass. There'll be a small hook at your site. Make sure to display your pass on that hook. Checkout is at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. If you have any questions or concerns, we're here until 10. I quickly collect my pass and gather the reservation paperwork. Oh, and each site has a wagon for carrying your stuff. They're numbered. Here's the key. There's a station with the wagons by the parking lot. Can't miss it. The wagon was easy enough to find, tucked away under a wooden covering off to the side of the parking lot. Any exhaustion from the week is overshadowed by the excitement of being here, making unpacking the car light work. After a short walk, you arrive at your site. Fortunately, these sites aren't expensive. A handful of trees dot an otherwise open clearing. Little privacy is afforded to anyone camping by tent, though what it lacks in privacy it somewhat makes up for in space. A tree stands at the corner of my site, along with a post bearing a hook for the camp pass. Towards the center lies an old fire pit. After a few minutes of setup, the tent is pitched. Unfortunately, I'm wet now from the rain. In goes the cooler, my air mattress, and a small pop-up table, and my backpack. Alright, ready for some dinner. With the sun dipping beyond the horizon, it's time for something to eat. Fortunately, the rain has abated for a bit now. The worn fire pit in front of my tent has a grate that will serve fine for a bit of light cooking. Let's build that fire. A handful of kindling, a few sticks, topped by a tent of split logs. Perfect. Now, just light it. As the flame on my lighter touches the kindling, a small flame begins to burn. I light the kindling in a few places and wait for the flames to build. Now, time to put on some food. Alright, definitely some fresh vegetables. An assortment of fresh vegetables wrapped in tinfoil sits on the grill. A cob of corn that has been coated in butter and a bit of salt sits on the grill. A slice of link of farmer's sausage now lays on the grill, the scent filling the air. I don't know what these smokies are. Okay, smokies. Nothing beats food cooked over a campfire. Slowly, one bite after another, I eat my dinner, looking out into the field half filled with other campers, some also eating dinner. A full stomach is a great start to some evening activities. Fortunately, the rain has largely subsided. I have time for 2 activities. So, it's nighttime, I'm not going to walk on a trail. I think I'm going to swim at the beach. I find a nice spot on the expansive beach to set up my stuff. Nothing fancy, a beach towel, a drink, and a camping chair make up my spot. With that done, off to the water. The sand is dry, threatening to sap all moisture from my feet, but across the sand, I trek the water, calling me forward. The sweet relief of cold water washing over my feet rejuvenates them. Moisture, sweet moisture. I'm not going to be a suck about this. The cold, intense shock of water consumes my body as I dive into the water. After a good few seconds, the shock subsides. Light waves wash over me as I swim around the water. A good swim is tiring, in a refreshing way. After a good while in the water, I return to land. A short rest on my towel wraps up a nice swim. Look, I bought those fireworks, we're launching them. As the evening wanes, the sun dips below the horizon. The sky, while still light, should be dark enough for a couple fireworks. After some careful arrangement, the fireworks are ready. One by one, orange, red, blue, green, red, purple. Bang, bang. One a heart, a couple spheres of color, other rapid sparklers. Each light up my sight with a barrage of sound and color. Head to bed. Darkness has well taken hold, and a cool breeze bites as I arrive back at my tent. I'm glad to be out of the rain. Inside, I undress and can finally snuggle myself into my sleeping bag. The warmth of the lining, a wonderful contrast to the slight bite of the cool air outside. As my eyes begin to drift, thoughts of the previous week try and call for my attention. The warmth of my sleeping bag, the fullness from delicious food, and the exertion of the outdoors serve as shields against the unwanted intrusion on my time away. Rain lightly patters outside, helping to lull me to sleep. My eyes shut completely as I drift away into dreams. Warmth. An enveloping warmth surrounds me. I can feel the soft warmth of the sleeping bag around me. The soft patter of rain softly nudges my attention. A deep yawn and slow stretch arouse my attention from the grogginess of the night. I climb out of my sleeping bag and throw on a fresh set of clothes. Time to make the most of my morning. Breakfast should be a simple affair, especially while camping. Breakfast sausage? Check. Eggs? Check. And some hash browns to round out my meal. Food at the ready. It's time to build a fire. A handful of kindling, a few sticks, time to split logs. Perfect. Now to light it. As the flame on my lighter touches the kindling, a small flame begins to burn. I light the kindling in a few places and wait for the flames to build. Once they've taken, I place the grate over the fire and a skillet atop the grate. Quickly, I add some oil to the pan, allowing it to come up to temp, with the pan ready to cook. I crack 2 eggs in one half of the skillet, handful of sausages into the other. The skillet comes to life with a loud sizzling and sputtering. A minute of cooking and the eggs are ready to flip. A flip of the pan tosses the sausages, ensuring they cook evenly. Another minute and the eggs are ready to plate. With the eggs plated, I add some more oil and some hash browns to the skillet. Another toss of the skillet shifts the sausages. After a few more minutes of cooking, I plate the grilled sausages. Toss the hash browns a few times before plating them as well. A warm breakfast out in nature really prepares the soul for the coming day. So now that it's daytime, I'm going to walk on the trail. A number of trails call this campground home, but I'm interested in the Yellowbird Trail today. After a 10-minute walk through the campground, I arrive at the entrance. A large, imposing sign with a yellow bird stands on one side of the trail. The soft grass gives slightly under my feet as I walk the trail. A soft breeze rustles the leaves of the trees that blanket both sides of the trail. The fresh autumn air fills my lungs with every breath, bringing a feeling of peace and relaxation over me. After a while of walking, the trail starts to become hilly. I walk up a particularly steep hill and have to catch my breath. From the top of the hill, I spot a small clearing in the distance. 2 deer graze on the grass in the clearing. After a good while walking, I've finally come near the end of the trail. Time to head back. Definitely fish. I should probably have packed up, but that's fine. A short walk away, I find a small dock extending over a fairly wide river. Besides the dock is a small stand. I walk over and greet the attendant. Morning. Good morning. Here to fish? I am. Well, equipment rental is $10. Get as much as you like, though everything must be returned by 10 p.m. Well, I have $0. But it doesn't matter. So I rent fishing equipment. With gear in hand, I walk out on the dock. A few moments of tying a lure onto my line, and I'm ready to cast. The river is calm and fast flowing. Cool breeze blows over the dock. Cast my line out into the river, wait for a bite. Oh, cool. After waiting a few minutes, a fish nibbles my line. A second later, and it bites. I reel, and reel some more. Success! I caught a fish. Time to release it. And do one more. Nothing bites. I reel it in. Alright, I'm gonna leave. Yeah, the time has finally come for the absolute worst part of camping. Packing up and leaving. At least I'll be leaving with less than I came with. The gloomy, rainy sky makes my similar prospects more frustrating. What should I pack first? Packing the tent first would make the most sense. It'll be easiest to pack the biggest items first. Also takes the most effort. So maybe I'll start with the smallest items. Maybe I'll start with the items in the tent first. They'll require the most time to pack. Maybe I'll start with the heaviest items first. They'll require the most energy to move. Maybe I'm just stalling now. Here it is. The end of the road. Checking out? Unfortunately. I joke, but only half-heartedly. It's nice out here, they say. Back to the grind? I enjoyed it at one point. I reminisce. Well, you're all ready to go. I slowly walk back to my car, taking in the view of the trees bordering a lake that extends to the horizon. Last few breaths of fresh air fill my lungs before I step back into my car. Back to the city, the everyday. The drive back was quiet, the podcast playing nothing but background noise. My eyelids heavy, restrained from the necessity of my drive. Exhausted by the relaxation of nature and thoughts of the work to come, back to the city, I'm bound. The end. Oh, that was nice. Not a whole lot of game, but nice. It was kind. It honestly felt very much like sort of the theme of it, which is that you kind of just have to get away from things and like turn off your brain and, you know, go fishing when you don't have $10. Things like that. It was a nice little story. So we're gonna do the next one. Just keep going down the pile. There are, gosh, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 22 total games that we could get to today. Given that it's been an hour and a half, we'll see. We're going to do the next game. The next game is Turn Right. It's by Cooke. Cooke has written a number of games. And has written, you know, various things. Does have a website, which is very cool. Takes pictures of phone boxes, apparently. Which, I don't know, vibes. Here's some pretty good phone boxes. Before we get started, I am gonna do something I should have done when I started, which was grab a drink. Give me 1 second to walk to the back of my illustriously large one-room apartment. Much better. Alright. So we have turn right. Okay. I have to hit escape. So this is full screens. This is in Adventuron, which is a really cool system. It's more closely related to like the Magnetic Scrolls games than the IFComp games. So like it's made for images as well as a parser. I've seen some really cool stuff in this. This one's kind of interesting. Might hit refresh in the hopes that... Okay. Well, there was a thing the first time that I opened this that that tried to explain the British driving system, but I guess I'm just gonna be very in the idea, and hopefully I won't crash. Alright. So, the point of this is that you're in Britain and you need to turn right. So the summary, I think, gives more of the story. Which is that the long day's done, the groceries are bought, and you're so nearly home. Unfortunately, it's rush hour. Getting out of the supermarket car park is a difficult job at the best of times. When you ever get out of this place, it can't take forever, can it? All you need to do is turn right. So we have a parser. We have to the hill to the left. We have the opposite side of the road in the far lane. We have the opposite side of the road, the nearer lane. We have the nearer side of the road. We have the pedestrian crossing. We have another public car park entrance. We have some lights. We have the roundabout to the right. Okay. Going to look left. You look left, then you look right, then you look left again. Huh. Is it safe to turn? Well, what happens if I just turn right? A couple of cars have just appeared from the roundabout to the right and are approaching your junction. You don't have time to pull out. You wait and let them pass. You're already waiting patiently for the road to be clear so that it's safe for you to turn right. Fine. Look right. You look right, then you look left, then you look right again. Is it safe to turn left? Yeah. The road is clear to the right. You glance left. A Range Rover is barreling at full speed down the hill. there might just be enough time to pull out in front of it, but you can't be certain. You wait and let it pass. Oh my god, this is like extremely triggering. This is very much how I drive. I had to make a left-hand turn across a highway a couple of days ago. I'm still thinking about it, even though it was like totally clear. Absurd. This is why I take trains and buses everywhere. I will pay $2 to not have to deal with gas. Fine. Look at crossing. It's a pelican crossing. Pedestrians press a button and wait for the green man, a green light showing the figure of a walking person, to let them know that it's safe to cross. Or more usually, they just walk across the road when they think it's safe to cross. There are 6 exits on the double roundabout, 5 of which have pelican crossings. Nevertheless, the roundabout can almost be a more dangerous place for a pedestrian than for a driver. You've lost count of the number of times you've nearly been mown down by cars when circling the roundabout on foot. You believe this is because drivers are so stressed out thinking about navigating the roundabout that they sometimes forget to do basic things like checking if the light is red. It's a real nightmare of a roundabout, especially if you're not used to it. Unfortunately, you are used to it because you have to drive down the thing all the blimmin' time. It's probably the only downside of living in this area. Alright, look at lights. The lights control traffic at the pedestrian crossing. They only turn red when a pedestrian pushes the button to cross. However, there are a lot of pedestrians about at this time of day. Well, let's look at me. If you take a quick look at your reflection in the rearview mirror, you can only see your eyes tired from a long day. You look around your little car. It's nothing fancy, but it's always been fairly reliable and you're fond of it. So like, okay. This is kind of what I was talking about with the first game that we played. Like, this is an even more restricted play space. And it just... And part of this entirely is because I'm a parser person. Like, parsers speak to me in a way that other interfaces don't. But like, I think when you have like a complicated play space, you have better options in a parser than you do in a click interface when you don't have graphics. So adding graphics, like if it was like AGI or something like that, it would make sense to have a click-based interface. But when you don't have that and it's just text, having like a hyperlink-based interface, I feel isn't the call, unless you're doing something in that space. Like there's always exceptions, but like I'm thinking defaults, and maybe I shouldn't think defaults. I don't know. Cool. All right. So the car park, this is a small local supermarket. So the car park is also small, with 12 bays in total. The bay you drove out of is still empty. Most of the others are taken, including 2 that are straddled by a large white van. So the large white van is parked in the supermarket car park, straddling 2 of the parking bays. So what about, look at far lane. So I love this, like, graphic as well, because it does a lot of the work for you that would be really deeply difficult to describe verbally. And it's like, no, there's a far lane and a near lane. There's the nearer side of the road. So the far lane on the opposite side of the road is the one that you take if you want to take either the first or second exit from the first roundabout, or the third exit from the first roundabout onto the second roundabout, and then the first exit from the second roundabout. The last of these options is your route home, and so you want to turn into that lane. The nearer lane on the opposite side of the road is the one you take if you want to take the third exit from the first roundabout onto the second roundabout, and then the second or the third exit onto the second roundabout. You do not want to do this, and so you don't want to turn into that lane. Can it just be nearer side? Yes. The nearer side of the road directly in front of you is the one you have to cross to get to the opposite side, which is where you want to be. You are impeded from doing so by traffic coming from the right. Look at lights. Lights control traffic at the pedestrian crossing. They only turn red when a pedestrian pushes the button to cross. However, there are a lot of pedestrians about at this time of day. Pub car park? You can't really see the pub car park from here. From memory, you know it's very small. Most people walk to the pub rather than driving, for obvious reasons. Turn into nearer lane. Turn right into nearer lane. It looks like the lights have turned red at this side of the roundabout. Presumably due to a pedestrian pressing the button to cross. This means that no cars will be coming from the right for half a minute or so, unless someone runs a red light, which is not an unknown at this roundabout. You glance left. Nothing is coming down from the hill, but a few cars have lined up behind the Range Rover at the lights. They're blocking the opposite side of the road, and so you can't pull out at the moment. Would have been nice if they left a gap for you, but drivers around here don't tend to do that. Lights at the roundabout turn green, and the cars on the opposite side of the road move out of your way. You wait for the cars to move through the lights from the other direction. The road to the right is clear again. You glance left. Miraculously, the hill is clear too. You start to take your foot off the clutch and take one more look to the right, and another car has appeared out of nowhere. Never mind. Turn into far lane. Turn right into far lane. And I think, so like, one of the things about Adventuron being part of sort of this Magnetic Scrolls lineage is the parser is a little different than like the Z Machine parser or the Inform parser. So I do find that interesting, just in general. You watch the road to the right for what feels like 10 minutes. A never-ending stream of cars pours from the direction of the roundabout, headlights all casting the same pattern as they slip past you. You start to wonder if they're all driving around in one circular convoy, just to mess with you, and keep you in this supermarket car park forever. The never-ending stream of cars from the right has somehow ended. Unfortunately, it seems to have been replaced by a never-ending stream of cars from the left. The far lane on the opposite side of the road is empty, but the lane you need to cross is not. Scream. You scream into the void. It only makes you feel better for a few seconds. You yell into the void. It only makes you feel better for a few seconds. A guy crosses the pavement in front of you. He looks so much like your cousin you have to do a double take. You know it's not, because your cousin lives halfway across the world, but wow, that's some resemblance. Talk to guy. Oh, darn. The nearer lane on the opposite side of the road is now clear, but the far lane, your lane, is not. The nearest side of the road remains unusually empty, and you consider pulling into the near lane on the opposite side and hence entering the roundabout from the wrong lane. As you know, nobody will ever be patient enough to let you into the correct lane. However, you have made that mistake before, and it always results in much greater peril on the roundabout. Tempting as it is, you have to wait. So what if I just look in general? Okay, nothing. Directly across the road from you, one of the cars in the far lane slows as it approaches the turning into the pub car park. Its left indicator flashes for a moment, signaling that the driver intends to enter the car park. Then the indicator goes off for a few seconds. Then it goes on again, the car slowing almost to a stop. The driver must be lost, or just having an existential crisis about whether to go for a post-work pint. Behind the slow car, several other drivers start beeping their horns. The car comes to a complete stop next to the turning. There might just be enough space for you to turn into the nearer lane and then nip into the far lane in front of the stopped car. You glance right, nothing coming from the other direction. Check the stopped car again and start to pull out. At the exact same moment, the stopped car suddenly takes off again, the driver clearly having decided against the pint. You brake sharply, glance in the rearview mirror, and reverse the whole 2 inches of progress you managed to make. So I think I've gotten the joke here, which is that you only need to turn right. What happens if I try to turn left? It would be much easier to turn left onto the road here, I'll grant you. But it would mean you'd have to go all the way up the hill, through the junction with the bad lights and the busy roundabout on the A road, then crawl all the way along the high street at rush hour before coming back down towards home. Probably take you nearly an hour at this time of day. It's not worth it. You need to turn right. Fair. The traffic that built up in the far lane while the indecisive driver was deciding about the pub is still slowly making its way through the lights on the roundabout, so you can't move at the moment. In your mirrors, you see a sudden movement. A large white van that has been parked in the supermarket car park for some time is pulling out of its space. Oh my god. This is actively anxiety inducing for me. This is very funny that, like, the games that have been most arresting for me are like a game about Tumblr drama and a game about making a right turn, which effectively is like making a left turn in the US. The traffic in the far lane finally dissipates, leaving both lanes on the opposite side of the road clear. Unfortunately, cars keep coming from the right. You drum your fingers on the steering wheel impatiently. The large white van drives up behind you and comes to a stop far too close to the rear end of your car. In the rear view mirror, all you can see is a giant expanse of van. A large white van is parked too closely behind you, its engine revving impatiently. The stream of traffic from the right seems to have become never-ending again. The van driver behind you blasts his horn at a deafening volume, making you jump. This does nothing good for your already high anxiety levels. Oh my god, dude, just turn right. There's a slight gap in the oncoming traffic from the right, and nothing coming from the left. You're tempted to chance it, but then the cars in front of the gap slow down slightly, making it even smaller. It's too risky to try and squeeze through, so you wait. The van driver behind you blasts his horn angrily again, and in your rearview mirror you see him veer to the side to overtake you, despite the supermarket car park exit being just about wide enough for 2 small cars at best. You barely manage to move your car onto the pavement next to the exit in time to avoid a collision. The van's right wheel damages the car park wall slightly as the van shoots onto the road. The driver managing to slip through the small gap in traffic using some dark van driver magic of which you have no knowledge. Horns blare on the other side of the road as the van barges its way into the near lane, forcing the cars in the lane to brake. But somehow, the van makes it through the roundabout without a scratch. Blimmin' van drivers. You really wish you had his bravery, though. Get bravery. You can't see any bravery here. I know that's just the, default phrase, but surprisingly good. It is still not clear to the left, partly because of the slight jam caused by the van's interruption to the traffic. Looking at the hill, it looks like there might be another gap in traffic coming up, so maybe in a minute? The hoped-for gap in traffic materializes on the opposite side of the road. Unfortunately, it is not matched by a gap on the near side of the road. Stare at the traffic coming from the right, repeating to yourself, after this car, after this black one, no, after this one. The opposite side of the road is filled with stationary traffic again, both lanes. Looks like it's coming up to the worst part of rush hour when every road slows to an agonizing crawl. You really had hoped to avoid this. There's no getting into either lane at the moment, unless some kind driver lets you in. Look at driver. It's fairly dark. You can't see any of the drivers on the road very clearly. The opposite side of the road is still full of traffic, no gaps, not even the tiniest of gaps for your little car. And now cars are coming from the right again. However, the first car approaching your junction from the right slows slightly. Maybe it's turning into the supermarket car park entrance, but it's not indicating to turn. The car slows to a stop and flashes its headlights at you, signaling that the driver is letting you pull out, which would be lovely if the other side of the road weren't blocked. You are indicating, yes, you can hear the telltale tick-tock of the indicator, but you double check that you are indicating to turn right and you haven't stupidly put it on left by mistake. No, definitely indicating right. What is that driver thinking? Can't they see what the situation is on the other side of the road? Do they expect you to pull out and just sit there blocking the entire road from the roundabout until the traffic clears on the opposite side? The second car coming from the right slows down behind the first and beeps its horn angrily. The first car waits another few seconds for you to go. You wait helplessly, unsure whether to flash your headlights in this situation. Would it suggest the usual thanks, I'll take your kind offer and pull out, or would it suggest, no, you go ahead like you want it to? Why don't car headlights have a more accurate method of communication, like a faster moving version of Morse code? The first car cautiously starts moving again, the driver finally having to determine that you are staying put. As it passes you, you can see him glance in your direction and visibly shake his head. Well, excuse me for not wanting to drive headfirst into stationary traffic, you think. Then you vaguely wonder how long it would take to flash that sentence in Morse code. Judging by how long you've been sitting here already, you might well have the time. Turn right. Both lanes on the opposite side of the road are starting to clear. This would be great news if it weren't for the never-ending stream of traffic from the left having started up again. Where are all these cars coming from? How many people can possibly be driving home from work in this city? Why aren't they all home for tea already? The opposite side of the road is now clear again. Unfortunately, there is still a steady stream of oncoming traffic from the roundabout on the near side. My dude just turned left. My friend, my sibling in Christ, just turned left. You should be focusing on turning right. Give in. Give in to the fact that sometimes you need to make 4 right turns to make a left. It happens. It's fine. Finally, a lull in the oncoming traffic from the right. But the far lane on the opposite side is full again. However, the nearer opposite lane is clear. It is the wrong lane based on where you want to go. It would cause no end of hassle once actually on the double roundabout. Changing lanes on that thing at this time of day is not only almost impossible, but also downright dangerous. So you'd probably be stuck going around it a few times. But at this point, you're willing to take your chances. You glance to the left, you glance to the right, nothing else coming. You release the clutch and make to edge forward, and a sports car comes rocketing around the corner from the right, visibly twice the speed limit. How you love that blind bend. The sports car is followed by further, slower, but not slow enough traffic. No roundabout adventures for you this time. Before you can glance left and right for feels like the 1,000th time, somebody knocks on your car window, almost causing you to jump out of your skin. Put the handbrake on and roll down the window. A man is standing by your car with a concerned expression. You recognize him as the supermarket manager. You've been sat here a while, he observes. Car trouble? No, just waiting for a gap. You know how it is this time of night. You give him a weak smile that you hope comes across as the correct mixture of friendly, embarrassed, and apologetic. Yes, there was a... The manager is looking at the chunk of debris on the pavement. Did you, see what happened to the wall? Yes, there was a white van. Went past me in a bit of a rush. Clipped the wall slightly. You don't bother elucidating. You know the manager will have the CCTV footage if he needs it. Oh. The manager seems unsurprised. Him again. Talk to manager. I've already spent more time than you'd like talking with the manager. Really rather just turn right so you can go home. Miraculously, the road appears to have cleared on both sides. You move to roll the window back up. The manager catches your eye again. You return his gaze reluctantly. You, didn't happen to get any dashcam footage? He asks. I'll check the CCTV, but you might be in the way if I remember the camera angle rightly. No, sorry, don't have a dashcam. Keep scanning the road desperately. No prob. Just thought I'd ask. As soon as the manager turns away again, you roll out the window, check both ways one more time, and release the handbrake. Just as another car comes barreling round the corner from the right. You put your feet back on the brakes, defeated. Manager wanders back inside the doors of the supermarket. The stream of cars from the roundabout to the right dries up again. You glance left. A row of 3 buses, all bearing the same route number, are thundering down from the hill in the near lane. You can see as they pass that they're rammed full of tired-looking standing passengers. The buses are followed by another stream of cars, so there's no gap for you yet. The 3 buses are stopped at the roundabout lights, meaning that the nearer lane opposite you is blocked. Glancing at the pedestrian car crossing to your right, you can see a horde of students all crossing the road together. This is giving me very, like, Violet vibes. And Violet is one of the games that I, like, recommend to anybody. I wish there was more to do. Maybe I'll try some stuff with the car. One of the students appears to have split a bag of something on the road. Round plastic tokens of some sort? Tiddlywinks? Poker chips? Pogs? Are Pogs a thing again? Has 90s nostalgia reached that extent? Are you forever doomed not to know these things because you're old now? Some of these other students are helping the hapless spiller to pick all the tokens up. The lights at the crossing turn green. The students are still standing in the middle of the road picking up the tokens. The bus, at the front of the queue at the lights, bears its horn. The students ignore it and continue picking up the tokens. The opposite side of the road remains blocked by the buses. The students finally finish picking up their tokens and finish crossing the road. They do not appear to be in any hurry to do so. The first bus blasts its horns one last time in annoyance and rolls through the crossing onto the roundabout, followed by its fellow buses. Both the opposite lanes gradually clear of traffic. Unfortunately, if the students have now finished crossing the road, all the traffic that was previously stuck on the roundabout is now pouring you from the right. The stream of traffic from the right is still constant. You stare at the oncoming cars, trying to meet each driver's eyes in turn, desperately hoping that someone will take pity on you, while the opposite side of the road is still clear. They don't even glance your way as they drive past. The instruments on your dashboard tell you that you have about 3/4 of a tank of petrol left, and You're currently traveling at 0 miles an hour. You really don't want to add to the rush hour cacophony of road rage by using your horn. This is good. This is real good. Oh my god, is there any end? Does this ever end? Is the suggested game time on this solely a question of what is your personal what is your personal like limit of being able to play it? Traffic is starting to come down from the hill to the left again. You knew the opposite side of the road wouldn't be clear for long. But what's this? The first car approaching is slowing down. The driver flashes his headlights, signaling that he's letting you in. You glance to the right. A black car is approaching quickly. After this one, as it passes, you glance the car across the road again to check he's still letting you in. Yes! You glance to the right again. A red car is approaching this one. After this one, as it passes, you glance at the kind driver again to check that he's not moving. Yes, let's go! You glance to the right again. A white car is approaching quickly after this one. As it passes, you glance at the stopped car to check that it's still stopped. And nothing to the right. You start to move forward. And at the exact same moment, the stopped driver decides he's had enough of waiting for you and drives forward again, blocking the lane. Miserably, you edge the car back into the car park exit. More traffic fills both lanes. On the opposite side of the road, as the lights at the roundabout crossing turn red again, everything grinds to a halt once more. You start to consider just reversing back into the car park, walking home and coming back later, after rush hour is long over, to pick up the car. Can we reverse? You're seriously tempted to reverse into the car park, park there, collect the car later. But it's been a really long day, and the thought of even 10 minutes on your feet carrying shopping is just too much right now. There has to be a gap in the traffic eventually. What feels like an age, the lights at the roundabout crossing turn green again. The cars at the front of the queue start moving, but are soon replaced by other vehicles coming down the hill from the hill to the left. A couple of cars emerge from the roundabout to the right and zoom past you. The lanes of traffic on the opposite side of the road finally clear. You glance to the left towards the hill. Nothing more coming that way at the moment. You glance to the right, fully expecting another stream of cars from the roundabout to be making its way towards you, but it's clear. It's really clear. You check one last time in both directions. Yes! You take your chance. You release the brakes. You put your foot on the accelerator and you shoot across the road into the far lane, where you've wanted to be for so long. As you cross the lanes, another car comes flying round the bend from the roundabout and blares its horn. But you don't care, because you're across before it can even come close to hitting you. You're free. Well, you will be once you navigate the double roundabout, but that's a whole other adventure. Congratulations. You have successfully turned right. Oh, well, here's what we missed. Do you want a very brief description of everything you need to know about British driving before playing the game? In the UK, vehicles are right-hand drive and are driven on the left-hand side of the road. UK roads incorporate a considerable number of roundabouts, circular junctions where entering traffic gives way to circulating traffic. A car park, as it's called in the UK, is known as a parking lot in some countries. An A road is a busy main road, sometimes multi-carriageway, that links towns and cities. That's it for this game. It's been a long day, but you're so nearly home. You've picked up the shopping. pint of milk, and everything you need for cooking tonight. As you walk out of the supermarket doors and back to your car, you yawn. You're really looking forward to an evening in front of the TV. Bags thrown on the back seat, you climb into the driver's seat, start the engine, and navigate out to the car park exit. You hope that you'll get onto the road without too much trouble. It can be tricky to get across to the far lane at this time of night. You edge to the right-hand lane and glance up and down the busy road. It'll be okay. All you have to do is turn right. That's D. Cooke. Playtesting by Amanda Walker, Andrew Schultz, BJ Best, Daniel Stelzer, Dot Pierre Giorgio, Geth Reese, and Manamara. Graphics by D. Cooke, little help from GIMP. Now we can do transcripts. What is in the help? Okay. There's themes, but whatever. Cool. Well, that was turn right. That was... I'm a sucker for those kinds of games, though. I don't know. You know, I do. So IFComp is a competition. There is ratings and rankings and voting and things like that. There are a bit of, hey, this is for me and me alone kind of deal. And this game was definitely a for me kind of game. But yeah, that was turn right. That was honestly a highlight so far. That was very, very fun and silly. We're gonna keep moving along. We got a lot of games, and we're making progress. So we're gonna play. We're gonna play this. We're gonna play King of Xanadu. I want to pull up this cover image because I really like this cover image, and I just wish there was space to put it. King of Xanadu. I believe these are all 2024 games. We can make it fit. Almost. There we go. Just barely fits. It's not like I can't make another line. I just don't. So this is by Machines Underneath. And one of the things that I've been kind of excited by in specifically like IFComp type interactive fiction, but in general is the rise of not like development teams, but like I guess collectives or collaboratives. So like one that I really love their work just in general is Domino Club. Puts out all sorts of really weird, uncomfortable interactive fiction and hypertexts. So I really like this movement a little bit towards this kind of like weird environment. I don't know. Like weird development structure. You don't know anything. You don't anything. So actually I kind of want to check out if they have any other games. They don't. Not on itch anyway. But yeah. So you have some instructions in the description for IFComp. Captures sunbeams, kills sparrows, bury the moon. You are the king of XANADU. This role comes with certain responsibilities. It is your prerogative and duty to manage the palace estate, ensure the respectability of the legion, and above all, bless the yearly harvest. It is said that the kings of XANADU go on to rule in heaven after their death. After your rule is over, how will it be remembered? There are content warnings. Contains depictions of hunger, despotism, and mass human suffering. So with all that positivity, you are the king of XANADU. And what a lovely place. The fields surge with life. Rivers twirl through the tumbling hills like veins in a grand muscle, unwinding into your harbors, which throng with trading fleets and grow about them the holy lichen of your vast marble cities. The people, even the lowliest servants, work comfortable hours and live comfortable lives. Their souls surge with kindness, and no man ever goes in want of food. The roads to the capital throng with travelers, and lush forests roll down proud mountains to be joined with the gardens of your palace. And your palace, some still believe it was stolen from heaven. Those grand silvered temples and sprawling houses of art through which the greatest minds of the world make pilgrimage. The eastern walls look over a stunning ocean bay. Sunlight flows through the wide arch windows, and the sounds of the sea course gently through the halls. A fitting heart for such a grand kingdom, the kingdom that conquerors and warlords have dreamed of for centuries, the kingdom that found them all wanting. XANADU. On this morning, it is a grand day, as they all are in XANADU. No clouds trespass in your perfect sky. The fishing boats move out to start the day's work, scattering pearl white trails across the opal sea. You walk through the palace halls in the robes of your station, with hands clasped thoughtfully behind your back. We inspect the gardens. The newest installation of the palace gardens is Verdant Grove, bright flowers tangling with sun-soaked grass and shadowed by a vast imported elm. It was built by a very accomplished architect who has spent his whole life buying for the opportunity. The consensus is that it will make a fine and respectable addition to the estate. But as always, we wait for your verdict. So should the grass be more even, it would look better with the stream. The garden is ugly, destroy it. We are not destroying this garden. I think it would look better with the stream. It is so. The elm is transplanted elsewhere, and in its place a trench is dug through the center of the grove. Water is brought up from the sea and is led through the glade by a trench. The new stream, as you no doubt predicted, elevates what was otherwise quite an ordinary garden up to the highest standards of beauty. There is talk of extending the stream further into the gardens, and in the meanwhile you have given employment to the dozen servants who now day and night work the pumps that bring the water. It's sunrise again. The army waits inspection. You stand at a high marble balcony. The finest legion of the capital garrison postulates itself before you. Far below, 50,000 men, aligned perfectly in endless rows in the endless green of a garden courtyard. It is, like a canyon, a corridor of the earth. The tips of their pikes are a bed of nails that would prick the hand of God. They stand silent, and await your command. I can split them into two halves and have them fight against each other. Well, that seems silly. On the other hand, I can have them dance like apes, which also seems silly. Or I can give no orders and return to the dining hall. I have two choices here. Really. I can have them fight against each other, but I don't understand how that would help anything. But I also don't understand how having them dance like apes would help anything either. Well, having them dance like apes at least would not kill them. So let's do that. For your amusement, of course. They are, at first, uncertain, but once the lieutenants shout and the officers relay the command, the vast, rigid machinery of the great military mechanism begins to turn unerring. And before long, the entire mass of men is throwing up their arms and jumping from leg to leg. When ordered to, they holler, hooting together like a horde of nature's finest and most decorated beasts. Pikes and rifles are hurled into the air, and the nobility, drunk and laughing, reach down from their balconies, not as high as yours, of course, to grab at them. Our army is surely very thankful to have been able to offer such lovely entertainment. Another morning, the sun is here again, and so is summer. Summer over XANADU. XANADU, the kingdom that only grows in size. XANADU, the kingdom in the middle of every map. XANADU, the kingdom from which all roads stem, and into which all roads feed. It's Solstice Eve, time for the yearly harvest, a momentous occasion. The people perform the usual celebrations. Red cloth is hung from balconies. Young children paint buoys the colors of daydreams and set them out to sea. Elders with lit candles parade through the capital singing the old songs, winding through the streets like ancient snakes. And last, arithmeticians. They take out tablets and chalk. They're ready to count and divvy the grain of the harvest. Vessels dock at all the ports of your kingdom, eager to take with them our leftover crop and disperse it among the lesser nations of the world. But before anything, you must bless and oversee the harvest of a nearby field, as tradition demands. The peasants bow their heads as you pass. A harvestman slices off a stalk from the crop and kneels before you. He unpeels the head so that you may bless the enclosed grain. There's something wrong. This grain of this stalk is shriveled and blackened, weak, malnourished, a sickly calf cursed by the moon, braying with two heads, barren as the skin of a man collapsed in the desert, mouth opening, closing, tongue pressing into the sand, left eye looking upward, looking for water. But there's only the sun, the terrible ball of heat and fire. Summer over XANADU. In short, the grain is inedible. It's rotten, it's poisoned, it's altered. Flaming oil from forbidden places under the world. A peasant's lungs choked with ash from the silver mines. Sin living in the heart of a man, pumped around the body, soaking into muscle, spilling as tar from the eyes and mouth. Liable to spread. In short, the grain is sickened. In short, dead. You inspect the grains closer. They are putrefied, oily, sticky, almost liquid. They carry an offensive odor, the mark of sickness. An unfortunate choice for the first crop of the season. We should wait, my king, whilst the men select another stalk from the field. Our apologies for this incident. The second stalk they bring to you is similarly affected, as is the next, and the next, and the next. The men grow puzzled, then concerned. This entire field is rotten. So we have 3 choices. But I don't want rotten fields. I want fields brimming with life and crop. Where are those fields? Find me those fields. XANADU does not bear ill fruits. This is clearly a deception by the peasants in order to mock me and my kingdom. If this is the grain the gods have given us, then this is the grain we shall eat. Let's go with the first one. But I don't want rotten fields. I want fields brimming with life and crop. Where are those fields? Find me those fields. Our procession moves to a nearby field to repeat the ceremony. Then another still. We go from farmland to farmland, but in every field, the stalks they peel back are filled with black, rotting grain. Our company are as perplexed as the farmers themselves. None are permitted to examine a stalk before you have called the harvest, lest the field being contaminated by improper observation. After several hours of wandering, we find no stalks suitable for your blessing, your majesty. This is troubling. Officers will be dispatched to investigate fields in the surrounding provinces. The harvest will have to be delayed, of course, but we are confident that before long our ministries will determine the scale of the problem. You've begun to loathe the morning. The sun hurts your eyes. That kind of behavior is a sign of disloyalty. But you only need to bide your time, and summer will be over before long, and until then, at least the moon remains obedient, never threatening to outshine you with its modest, respectful glow. We apologize, our king, but we have worrisome news for you. The sickly crop was not an isolated incident. Reports from all across the kingdom emerge of good stalks yielding only black grain, entire fields full of death and rot. It seems that almost all of XANADU's harvest grain has been struck by this terrible pestilence. The harvest returns only scraps. That grain was to feed the mouths of the kingdom for an entire year. Without it, our people find themselves with only leftovers from prior seasons. It seems very likely that we are at the precipice of a famine. I mean, for 100 years, XANADU has only known prosperity. We assume that any problem that emerges will resolve itself quickly, but this situation has no real precedent. We ask of you to make a decision. We have gathered some of the most esteemed advisors in your court. We do not doubt the greatness of your endless wisdom, but you could draw from their advice in your deliberation. Yeah, what's their advice? Hear the wisdom of an esteemed scholar of the Academy of Natural Philosophy. While the immediate effects of this blight must not be ignored, we must consider its impact in the context of nature itself. Modern scientific understanding suggests that many beasts, the sparrows, for example, or the simple mouse, share deep and complex harmonies with the plant species of the wider world, including, yes, even our own crops, which are now dangerously absent from the ecosystem. However, we choose to fight this famine, we must watch closely the simple animals of the world and preserve the ecological balance, lest it tip and forever damage the holy equilibrium of nature. Alright, what about the statistician? With all of our fields all taken by blight, the only bread with which we can feed our people must come from the leftover grain of last year's harvest. The obvious decision is to take stock of those remnants and evaluate their number. This will allow us to ensure a fair distribution of scarce resources. What about the Grand General? It is important in these times to remind the people that the government is in control of the situation. They will be panic and scared. To prevent looting, we should deploy our army as a peacekeeping force to preserve a sense of order and to safeguard our communities. Alright, what do we deliberate? We found us a course of action. I'm going to follow my own advice. Now, you speak of terrible pestilence, of inbound famines, of fear and suffering. But when I look outside, I see only the kingdom and its people, and all in perfect operation. I see no fear, no suffering, and not in the last 100 years has there been anything but peace in XANADU. We will do nothing, and endure whatever minor discomforts may be on their way, if they even arrive at all, as the people of XANADU have always done. ... It moves slowly at first. Slowly and with the unstoppable sureness of midday heat. In the first few days, the people remain calm. Even without the grain, XANADU grows many fruits and vegetables, which, for the time being, sustains the people alongside last year's remnant harvest. Where necessary, animals are slaughtered. There are the looming omens of catastrophe, but it merely laps at our ankles. This does not last. Hunger. It emerges from the soil, welling up from beneath dirt streets, flowing across towns and villages. It hides in empty carts and perches in dead trees. The people climb on top of grain silos. They lock themselves in food storehouses, trying to escape. But it finds them all eventually, with endless patience, waiting for them to eat the food before quietly settling into the empty space behind them. When they realize, they flee, looking for something else to eat, but it follows them always, hiding in empty barrels, nesting underneath the picked clean bones of slaughtered cattle. This is the start of the famine, these pockets of hunger, chasing people from their homes, from their villages, following them as they walk to the cities, sleeping in their empty stomachs as they beg for asylum. The capital's gates remain closed. Autumn. The famine continues. Dozens of men enter your halls every day, of great station or great intellect, as many as you can tolerate. They each propose their solution to the crisis. They unfold their great ideas, each drawing from myriad fields and theories. Plans of diplomacy, organization, economics, military intercedence, science, historical analysis, inspiration, prayer, and downright occultism. Start with the occultisms. None of them work for long. At times, the famine seems to recede, a stroke of luck, of respite, where the suffering lapses slightly, and the people can stand a little straighter. Some allow this to fill them with hope, but you recognize this only as a natural rhythm of the tides. And the waves always come closer in the end. In the western provinces, noble families are accused of hoarding food, revolts break out, grand estates are burnt. The looters very rarely find more than a pitiful stock of food, even in the richest houses. Waves of disease emerge across the country, each one a great drumbeat. The drum is made from human skin, and the skin is cracked and chipped from years of impacts. Malnutrition, they say, makes the body greatly vulnerable to maladies, and our kingdom quickly becomes swamped with disease. The sick and dying flood our hospitals. Medicine becomes a rare treasure, but not one is scarce, nowhere as scarce as food. The grand city of Aberran has fallen to civil discontent. The event is described not as a revolution, but as a total disintegration of community. Food grew so expensive that the money became practically useless, you see, meaning the citizens simply had no reason to work and had no choice but to search for food elsewhere. Thousands are abandoning the city as we speak. The people have taken to eating the sickly grain. They press it into a stinking paste and gulp it down like soft cheese. It always comes back up. First the convulsive fits, then a violent emesis of black oil laced with blood. They keep eating it. What else are they to do? These things are happening faster and faster. Something new each day. Winter. The famine has reached the capital. Starving peasants gather at the city square, calling out from beneath stained glass windows and bricked up archways. They beg for you to help them, king, although I fear there's little we can do. Empty all but one of the palace storehouses and disperse the food among the crowds or hold a feast in commiseration for their suffering. Empty all. Grasping hands reach toward the balconies as servants toss down food. As the white packages are carried away through the sea of hands, fights break out. Hours later, after the palace has given up all it can, the crowds are still just as large, reaching upward with 1,000 hands. They come before your throne and throw themselves down, begging you to save them, save their families. But you can do nothing. The hunger has caught them and it lives inside them now, in a place so deep that it cannot be reached. You see the black behind their eyes. The capital is in chaos. All soldiers who were once guarding treasuries are now defending the capital's last surviving granaries. Whatever the cause of the blight that brought this famine upon us, it seems to have poisoned the soil along with the grain. Farmers report that the grain they seeded for the new harvest refuses to grow. We cannot rely on our storehouses to restock themselves over time, and this famine will likely last for years at the least. The riots have broken through the palace gates. They meet our soldiers in the lower lake courtyards, but the Legion has the situation fully in hand. You'd be surprised, my king, at how furiously a starving man fights to keep his head above the water. During your morning stroll through the halls, you glance out a window down at the bay. They're burning the bodies again. They have to do it quickly before nightfall when the scavenging begins. The currents are no longer sufficient to wash away the bodies. The dead throng the bay, expanding with bloat and gathering about them in the miasma of disease. The leakages of their pestilence stain the harbor water black. One of our nobles was eaten by a dog. Amusing. Assign the dog its own wing in the palace. Enraging. Send the most elite squadron of the Legion after it. No, it's amusing. It is so. Our stewards to not have difficulty making space in the palace. So many empty rooms to spare. The dog wanders around the halls, soiling the marble floors and gnawing sacred paintings for sustenance. It is a sick creature and will likely die in a few days. Some now pray to the famine as a god. Ragged churches of bone and spiderweb emerge in deserted districts like slivers of teeth sprouting from septic gums. In fairness, the influence of the famine is much more visible and responsive than the gods of the state, who have presently deserted us. Yes, the feast of the famine can be heard clearest of all, even if the only language it speaks is death. One night, you dream. You're standing in the middle of a grove. You remember it from the palace gardens. Pristine as ever, a stream cuts through it, fine as crystal. You look over your shoulder and you notice the gardens now stretch across the entire world. You wonder why you cannot see your palace, only to realize, laughing, that it has been woven into the constellations of the night sky. Quite a clever trick of architecture, that. Very well, the stars have earned the honor. Sitting on a marble bench is a woman with long black hair. She turns to you and smiles. Her eyes are gentle hearts of joy, and her dress is made of polished moonbeams. She is the most beautiful woman you have ever seen. No mere woman could claim such beauty. She must be your kingdom itself, an avatar, infinite glory compressed and purified into a single perfect being. Come, she says, and extends her arm inviting. Look at the moon with me. But there is no moon. There's only a great beady eye. One, the eye that hurts to see, pulsing with an angry, sinful energy. The sun lets loose 1,000 rays of light, invisible spears that corrupt and burn all they touch. You look down. The garden is aflame. You carry the woman in your arms, her left arm trailing in the embers, fiery burns spreading across her face. She tries to speak. Her lips are smeared with black poison. You lean in close. Shield my face. Hide me from his sight. Bring me below the ground. There is a chasm ahead, slanting into darkness. You wake up before you reach it. It's morning, but different. This time, standing in the light, you can feel his jealousy, his anger. He poisoned the grain with sickly rains and caused this famine, the audacity to try and steal your kingdom to that which to him does not belong. You should have known from the start to shine so brightly as to force you to divert your gaze elsewhere. Nothing else in the world does that. It is always intolerable behavior. The sun has committed all these crimes against you. You must retaliate. The least soiled room of the palace is selected for your usage. Maps are laid out before you. The generals and managers of the state are assembled, or at least the few who are not presently engaged in wrestling their own respective crises. They wait for your orders with apprehension and hope. The sun has limited stamina. He emerges in the morning and retreats at night. We should adjust the protocols of sleep. The nation wakes at dusk, works through the night, and retires before dawn. The sun will rule over only a deserted daytime. We will thus be immune to its light rays, through which it dispenses foul magics and energies. Modern science suggests that the sun rests 4,000 feet above the surface, far beyond the grasp of even our tallest towers. Thus, we will test the range of our artillery and drive him from the sky. I think becoming a backwards people might work. I don't think we can shoot the sun. Maybe we can. Maybe I'm thinking too small. You give the order for all men and women of the kingdom to cease work and only resume it after the sun has left the sky. Your advisors say that your orders are no longer heard much further beyond the borders of the palace, but the people of the countryside not wish to listen. They can suffer under the sun's rays a little longer. You'll deal with them later. It works smoothly at first. All business is conducted under the gentle radiance of the moon, and the sun's raging light cannot reach those who are asleep. But one night you awake to discover the sun in the sky again, flooding the air with sickly light. It has switched places with the moon or devoured it. You demand that the days be inverted again. But he keeps switching, chasing you forever. No matter when you order the people to sleep, the sun is always waiting for you when you wake. And thus, the days become days again. The sun laughs, and your anger only grows. It's morning. It's endless morning. Hours pacing the throne room. No visitors are permitted. The drapes are drawn behind them. The capital has fallen under silence, only interrupted on occasion by a distant rifle's gunpowder cord. Every now and then, a gust blows the curtains open, and an interloping sunbeam sneaks through and coils around the foot of your throne. Each time you stomp it furiously until it retreats. And then a knock at the door, an interloper of a different sort. My king, I implore you, my king. Starvation racks the capital, and the rest of the kingdom fares no better. The armies have almost entirely dissolved, and the remnants prowl the wastes in ragged bands, making use of their grand and noble weapons primarily for the extortion of potatoes from refugees. The neighboring empires have deserted us. XANADU is dying, my king, spilling out of itself. The kingdom is doomed. But there is still hope. The palace is currently protecting some 200 survivors. Most of them are palace staff, but a fair number are refugees, and 2 royal garrisons remain loyal and willing to fight. They're lost, they're hungry, they're desperate. If they stay here, my king, they will all perish for the last of our food supply. But there is still hope. If you speak to them, Your Majesty, you could convince them to leave the capital, make pilgrimage to the southern border, far beyond which lie patches of unclaimed land, fertile with life. Perhaps we could meet other survivors there. We can yet still save a piece of XANADU, carry it with us on our backs, with the soldiers to protect us and your leadership to guide our hearts. Your mobile palace could be separated and ready for transport within hours. It would provide adequate lodgings for you. We could leave at sundown before another child need fall dead by plague or hunger. Please, my king, I beseech you, end this futile obsession with the sun, the forces of nature you cannot control. Your people need you more than they have ever needed anything else. My king, do you hear me? I see. My king? You're one of his. Pardon me, my king, but what are you... Guards, this man is an agent of the BDI. What? Drag him out before dawn and present him to his master with his head on a pike and his limbs twisted into a holy symbol. No, stop. Let go of me. You fools, can't you see what's happening? What's happened to him? You're all dying with him. Guards! And purge the rest of my advisors too while you're at it, just to be safe. Who knows how many other spies the sun has hidden amongst my console. We must be wary. You spend the next day crouched near a crayfish cage, salvaged from the mound of scuttled fishing boats that now clog the docks. The last remaining royal artisan has attached mirrors to the inner surface. You use it to catch sunbeams whenever they infiltrate your throne room. Then you pull them out, they writhe like eels, and dissect them, working to understand their inner mechanisms and send a warning to their sly sky father. The sunbeams rapidly dissolve when exposed to the air, like the deep-sea fish scholars once presented to die for your amusement. No matter how many pieces of the sun you catch and cut open, they all collapse into themselves in much the same way as those abyss-born creatures did, fading back into the world within moments. A pungent black fluid stains your fingers. Oh, well, on to the executions. The statistician is led up to the plinth, an outcropping that emerges from the palace walls only a little below the clouds. His legs shake when he sees the sword, but he makes no attempt to run. After all, where would he go? The general attempts to rally a desperate sort of coup, and the soldiers drag him out. But he has trained the men too well, instilled in them an unshakable loyalty to the crown. He opened them up, carved out the innards, and filled the space with clockwork, made of them machines that hear only orders from your mouth. And now they open him. This scholar of the university. The world loses a great mind today. Maybe the vultures will find some sort of use for it if they can peck through his skull. The rest of the body is discarded, a machine without ghosts. Look at them. The peasants, the starving, huddled, stinking masses. It was them all along, plotting against you, greedy little dirt fingers, hunched over in the grain fields. How could they do this? How could they bring this famine onto us, destroy this noble kingdom? They listened to the cruel promises of the sun, threw their curtains wide, let him enter their houses freely.
We built roofs to keep the suns out. Yes, our ancestors knew that very well. But now, these people have seen the famine, this mild shortage of grain, and they'd throw away 10,000 years, 100 years, for the sun's cruel promises of a summer warm kingdom. There's a piece of sunlight in each of them now, wriggling in their throats, shaping their thoughts and bleaching their bones from the inside out. Look at them go, packing up their things and pushing out into the empty city, abandoning the palace for a sea of death and tumbled marble. You watch them leave, your gaze without mercy, and then you return to your throne room. Days, nights, it all starts to recede now that the racket has died down, the sound of people. It has become very quiet all of a sudden. You sit in your throne, looking out at the capital. The world is warm. When you sleep, you bend forward in the chair like an old elm. They left a pile of food in the corner, but you do not move for fear of tearing free from your roots. Fingernails move back and forth across the armrest. The gold refuses to bear grooves. Oh, to be an immortal thing. Outside, the buildings remain standing, the ancient fortresses and the halls of knowledge. But the sun is coming down, and it brings with it the vast blanket of night draping over the capital. In times past, you could have looked into the dark and seen the lanterns in the windows, the candlelight of church vigils, the glow of alchemic phosphors in the house of science. But there are no lights anymore, and everything has gone quiet. The night closes over everything, and at last crawls into your throne room, and there is no light to keep it away. It climbs over your throne and takes the whole kingdom. You know that by the time morning comes, there will be absolutely nothing left. Do you have anything you'd like to say? It's clear now that all empires are built on sand, all great works drawn on dust. Justice, order, truth, and history. These things are not real, only existing in the minds of countless individuals, dreaming the same dream in a connected pattern. Without this web, there is nothing else of value. We must guard our dreams closest of all, lest they be swallowed up by the dreams of calloused futures. I like that last one the best. It is so, my king. It is so. I'm really interested in what the choices do. Some of them definitely felt like... So there's the idea of false choices and the value of false choices. There's like really, really good research around the value of like being able to choose the main character's hair color in like romance games. And like little, frankly, meaningless changes that like never come back up. And like how they increase the role-playing aspect and therefore replayability, return rates on like episodic games, stuff like that. So I understand the point of false choices. I am really curious and will probably play this on my own to find out if those are false choices or where it leads. In fact, I wonder, yes, I'm sure I want to restart. I'm going to speed through to the question. So not change anything else.
I'm gonna speed through to the question of what to do. Yeah, there's something wrong. It's blackened. Alright, scale of the problem, respectful glow, we're on the advice, get everybody's advice, deliberation. Because what I really wanted to do was something along the lines of the statistician. Yeah, so like... Yeah, it doesn't seem to make a difference. So that's always like a hard choice, like how much is presenting the text in a way that like it needs to be this like click through kind of experience versus like I don't think it would work. This piece would work just like written out. But I do wonder about like the different aspects of that. I don't know. It's always hard for me because like the question is like, why did this need to be a game? It's just those are like the big questions that I think need to happen when you're playing interactive fiction in general. Like, did this need to be interactive? Does this need to be interactive? And I don't know if this actually, you know, needs to be, I guess is the question. So while I do some stuff, we've got it's AI, but that's fine. One of the things that I'm gonna have fun doing sometime tomorrow is actually collecting my thoughts on these games and trying to figure out, like, you know, the challenge with IFComp especially is like it's a 10 scale, which is like just the worst thing, you know. Not anything wrong with it, just it's just challenging. So this is an interesting one. This is listed as Unreal People. One of the things specifically about IFComp that I do find challenging is that, like, and I have the same challenge when I'm writing my own stuff, is that, boy, is it hard to, you know, have some light, fun writing. Like, even turn right, like, that might be the most anxiety-inducing game I've played in a long time. So, we're going to play Unreal People, which is by Viwoo. It is... I can already tell that it's kind of a weird one, and I'm down. Like, never get me wrong, I am definitely almost always down for a weird one. The actual file name is Peep Show, which, all right. So it goes from this cover, and it's set in an imagining of early medieval India, where you play as a voyeuristic entity with the ability to enter people's minds and be privy to their sordid inner thoughts. So there is no not safe for work warning on this. I'm reserving the right to nope out on this, just because that's not really the vibe I want. There's a reason why one of the best games so far, one of, frankly, the best, like, interactive fictions that I've read, I would not stream. But yeah, so we're tasked with rooting out all the secrets of the little kingdom, becoming deeply intimate with its many inhabitants. Might find it hard to separate between yourself and the NPCs, whatever that terms means. It's not your fault, though. When you're pressed up against the glass, it's hard not to fog up the window. So I really liked the idea here. I'm concerned by the name in the actual file being called Peep Show, but let's roll. There is, so I'm looking through what's left. I'm not making any attempt in IFComp in streaming to be comprehensive with IFComp. It's just kind of what we find. But I've got a couple more games in me. And there's one in particular that I do definitely want to play, just because it sounds very cool. There is also Rod McSchlong Gets Punched in the Dong, which I probably will not play. Just because I don't want to say dong that many times, but also because if it's anything like the last game, there's a 50-50 shot whether you get like a very stupid game or you get this super deep one. And if it's not that, maybe it's best that whatever it is gets unspoiled. But yeah, there's definitely at least 2 more, maybe 3 after this. Let's see what this is. This is Unreal People by Viwoo. You piddle into being. Bursts of meaning, waveforms oscillating around some malleable truth. Sounds, scents, colors, a light on your tongue. A low hum, beginning in the vacuous cavity at your center and growing radially outwards, giving you shape. Thoughts arise and fall, some stickier than others. You are dimly aware of a lengthening of your periphery, tendrils emerging and snaking outwards. Something blocks your way, and herein you learn the hermetic seal of the other. It is matter, rough, tightly bound together matter, blocks the flow of your probing tendrils. A tugging at your core hints at your possible agency, purpose, want. Is this what it's all going to be about? What do you know? Capture bound matter. You have become rock. Huh. So that's a sign to evoke it. A voice booms into your ears. Your
porous shell. Voice. You cock your metaphorical head. Pixels pollinate, dots of color so closely packed they weave into each other, forming a monochrome tapestry. Light seesawing in large wavelengths, creating blue, the sky. Eventually, the syllables barraging your ears seem less random, taking on meaning. And if you ever dare to stupidly give in to that particular temptation, then you shall be flung into the infinite hell, recursive mirrors doubling in on themselves, stretching on to the ever-widening maw of eternity. So just don't do that one thing, and we shall be fine and dandy. Any questions? You imagine your rock shell stoically expressionless. The strong and silent type. Fantastic. Now, let me see what is the first vessel you've captured. Come, show Baba. Silence. Impenetrable silence. Until drop, drop, drop. 2 drops, hanging off a supple young leaf, high above your rock head. Begin to drop to the ground. What is this new feeling? Hello, Diva. Oh, thanks for stopping by, Retro Homebrew. Glad you enjoyed. I'm glad you found it fun. Like I was saying, these games are interesting. Hello, Diva. You begin to feel the presence of an order among your ordinary state of being. The sky, once merely an image, fractures abstractly. Your mind ascribes words like now sky, then sky, later sky. What is this sensation? A buildup, climbing steadily with no summit in sight, ringing with each step up that spiral staircase, ringing for you, spectator. Drop, drop, drop. Seconds pass. Servant Diva, hello? This damned connection. I knew I shouldn't have brought their roaming plan. Time. Oh, wait. You've captured a rock vessel, haven't you? Holy cow, why do they keep assigning me newborn Never mind, Baba. You'll have to make do. Can't find another blue whale to harness now, can we? God damn it. In and out, that's it, Baba. The Diva will learn. In and out. In. You can take a moment to turn yourselves inside out while the voice collects themselves. A yoo-hoo, a Divakins. Never mind. Tuning back in. Look around. What do you know? The leaf above your head sways, beguiling, beckoning. It wants you so bad. Maybe you're getting lonely. What do you know? So you capture the leaf. You vacate the rock vessel, moving towards the leaf, aware that an external eye, Baba, is watching you now. You self-consciously attempt to capture the leaf. Space coils out, impossibly infinite, and then abruptly snaps shut in on itself. Perspective shifts. You have become Banana Leaf. Immediately, your vessel breathes in deeply, the stomata greedily pulling in air. High above ground, hanging off the stem of a large tree, swooping downwards. Wait, is that the sky again? A blue expanse, swaths of tissue papers, clouds rippling across it. You've captured a banana leaf. Okay, I can work with this. The voice emanates from a ripple in the sky, or rather from the reflection of the sky in the lake. You have just been born, Diva. Congratulations. Not that you did anything to deserve it, but I will now tell you your purpose. Again, you watch the pond surface. You register 2 circles and a line drawn out from under them. A face. I am Baba, fortune teller, and your master. If you look within yourself, and you don't have to look that far, for you are quite shallow still, you will find a throbbing urge to obey my will. Don't get twisted up. There's nothing too illicit about our partnership, or rather your slavedom. We're going to have some fun. It's not all chains and shackles. Think of us as tittering schoolgirls, twirling our phone cords and giggling over what that tart Rhea said at lunch. You realize you are not merely prescribed the role of witness. You flex every muscle in your leaf body, trying to move. Nothing happens. A limp breeze lifts the tip of the leaf, a false victory. As a diva, you possess the ability to capture vessels. While that may sound deliciously godlike, you honestly are a little more than a listening device. My creepy little voyeur, you. Anyway, the more you know a vessel, the easier it is to capture. The lower the life form, the easier it is to capture. Like the leaf whose perspective you're occupying currently. Comfy in there? Go on. Put your feet up. I'm going to tell a little story. The surface of the pond ripples, colors refracting and tessellating. Your mind begins describing the image form. The aerial view of a human settlement nestled in a valley. Kingdom Chaitanya, your birthplace, the king, in his wiseness, has hired my services as a fortune teller. I'm quite the celebrity, you see. Baba's eyebrows move into an indulgent expression. I've been promised a big bounty in exchange for a revelation that will shake his dusty royal bones. It is, of course, impossible to divine an unwritten future, so I employed divas such as yourself to be my little recon scouts, infiltrating and eavesdropping, gleaning sordid secrets. In 1 month's time, I shall descend upon this valley, and by then I expect you to know the underbelly of this kingdom intimately. Move from vessel to vessel, learn the secrets of the kingdom, and be ready to receive me by the next full moon. But first, to prove you're up to snuff, snoop out one big secret. Report to me by midnight. Baba's eyebrows stitch with insecurity. What? Think it's unfair that you're doing all the work and I flounced my way in at the end, calling myself a fortune teller? Tough luck. Anyway, don't pretend you're not going to enjoy the peep show. Just before midnight, contact me. We're not about the mortals, for only you shall be able to hear and see me. Now, skedaddle. You're an extra-dimensional entity. I can't spell everything out for you. The pond's surface stills, a deceptively flat reflection of the full moon taking Baba's place. The tugging at your core increases, a building sense of purpose. Primary objective, one secret. Secondary objective, leads on other secrets. What do you know? Woods surround the pond, dense. An owl lurking behind you blinks globular eyes, drawing up its wings in preparation of flight. A lizard chirps in the undergrowth. A cloud passes over the moon, its vast body stretching to the east, from where you can hear the low murmur of multiple voices. So I've got an owl, a lizard, a cloud, or I can know more. Let's do one more. You reach into the depths of the banana leaf, searching its memories. One summer ago, a worm buried into this very branch had made a home. The branch sheltered the worm family for several generations. This morning, the owl ate them. The owl likes worms.
That's a connection. Let's go with the owl. You have become owl, just in time as the owl takes to the sky, flying towards the sound of rising voices. You relish your first taste of agency, however secondhand and stolen the taste may be. 3 villagers gather by a wooden cart. A cow hitched to it. 2 humans look like copies of each other's. The owl alights upon a tree nearby, curious. Forsooth, your attempt at slinking away was so unnoteworthy, it was then noteworthy. Smack your lips, nevermore. I am not the thief. Oh! I am the thief. That revelation has shattered my kneecaps. Forsooth, I have killed the king. I have stolen his last breath, nay, the last of all his bodily functions. How? His royal knight still stands at attention. I would never touch the royal The royal what? I mean, how did you sneak past the guards stationed at his chamber, perchance? Because I am the guard. All 3 villagers gasp, clutching at their chests. You have created a secret. 3 villagers in strange garb discuss how they killed the king. Okay, let's go. Wait, we can't go over another couple pages. No, Kiran, we haven't even rehearsed the disappearing routine yet, and we're running late. You realize the unremarkable man is named Kiran. Gods, I hope the booze hasn't gone already. Better for us if everyone's drunk. The twins climb into the cow-drawn cart. Kiran sputters out sounds of protest and then hangs his head, his chin touching his chest. They pull him up by his armpits, and the cart begins peeling away. Quick, they're leaving. The owl watches them leave, head empty. A twin 1, twin 2, and Kiran. Twin 1 I can most consistently do the voice for. Important narrative decisions. You attempt to capture the villager. You do not know the villager. You failed. Okay. I get it. You are flung back into empty air. Screams puncture the night sky as the villagers take in your otherworldly form. Before midnight, you are caught and bound in a sacred gourd. Baba never claims you as his own, for why would that be when it would out him as a fraud? Eons pass in the gourd, perception without sensation. That's a game over. It's been a while since we've had a game with fail states. A actual game, as it were. Okay, no, we'll go back. Kiran, we know. No. Okay, so we have to know more. Interesting. The cart goes down a path lined by mango trees. The owl regularly indulges in pulling worms out of these trees. The mangoes are sweet. You have become a mango tree. Okay, so you need to have a direct connection like that. So like if we tried to be the lizard, it wouldn't have worked. Oh, good. Good to know that when I right click, as I often do, yeah. Huh. Interesting. Yak! Good night, Wheeze. Glad you had fun. Imagine what it is like to become a mango tree. You feel the interconnectedness of all mango trees in a 5-kilometer radius. You hear the villagers talk as the cart rumbles past you. The cow chews cud as it pads along. So I was hoping we could workshop something I've been working on. The twins cast each other a series of expressions, starting in contemplative and ending in disgust. They cross their arms, facing the third villager. Kieran, this is garbage. His voice peters out, the cart turning around a bend. What do? Capture the next mango tree. So, again... So I have multiple thoughts here. Not the least of which is that vaguely this is the concept of my great American novel, which is that somebody finds that they can inhabit inanimate objects. But again, this is so... I mean, there are fail states here, but it's so linear. It only works one way, which is, again, fine as a design decision. But it's definitely a design decision to present things the way that you do. I don't have deep thoughts on this, but like I do have shallow ones, which is mainly that like I would like some kind of choice here. One of the magical things is finding the connections and things like that, and it's like, okay, if the only thing that's around that we are close enough to connect to is one thing, and we just are watching this, I'm interested in that decision. So you have become the mango tree again. We can't perform this. If we do, the queen might never invite us to perform at another royal party. No. Come on. We're so close. I can feel it. There's something to the story. Maybe we play with the perspective. Kieran takes out sheets of paper, ruffling through them. One of the twins reaches forward and scratches the cow behind its ear. It lets out an appreciative snort. Capture the cow. You have become the cow. So we're breaking rules here already. It's fine. Or a steamy public bath scene. The kingdom has spoken, Kieran. Theater is out and daring feats of magic are in. The king enjoys them. He endures them. Besides, when's the last time you saw the king at one of the parties? Months. I wonder what he's cooking up. Bite your tongue. You trot along. Chewing the wad of grass proves distracting at times. The dull thud of your vessel's hooves on dirt suddenly changes to the clack of hooves on stone. With the sun long sedated under the blanket of the horizon, the dark is punctured by torches, orange orbs igniting the air around them. A palace emerges, like a ship cresting a wave. Its facade is elaborate stonework carved into intricate mandalas. Something about the repeating structures in the mandalas feels familiar to you, itching at something fundamental.
The courtyard is littered with villagers in fancy dress. Imposing knights stand on guard, frisking villagers and confiscating any possessions. You notice several villagers carrying bags, handing them off to a knight at the castle doors as they enter. They are accompanied by handmaidens who watch the entrance with practiced eyes. The trio disembark and immediately rush up the castle stairs. The doors open, and your vision fills with white light, your vessel taking a second to adjust. Just inside the doors is a woman, a crown perched high on her head, catching torchlight and flinging it every which way. The trio bow to her as they enter, the doors shutting once more. Your vessel flits its tail. You doubt a cow is on the guest list. A man strides past you with unnecessary aplomb, clearly on his way to the palace doors. Think remain. Around you villagers engage in conversation. You begin to understand how humans use tone to convey and mask their intentions, the difference between sincerity and jest, inquiry and division, truth and play. You hear snippets of 3 conversations nearby from villagers huddled together in little groups. Where's the high priestess? She said to bring my son wearing a snail as a hat and she'd bless him, and elsewhere. He's wearing the same rock as me, isn't he? He wants to be me so bad. And elsewhere still. Have you heard? I can capture a bag. Think the whispering person. Have you heard? Yes. Heard about what? How could I know we speak at the same thing? Give me a clue. Give me the password first. How could I know which thing you want the password to? Are there multiple things with passwords? If you are speaking of something other than what I know the password to, then yes. Give me the password and I shall know. What if you don't actually know the password and I'm just revealing to you the password now? Come on, Mom. It is a very exclusive society, so there is a society. Shh, you don't know who's listening. Viwoo falls silent. You've created a secret. Does a shadowy secret society sit sequestered? Secretly? You dilly-dally. Finally, stimulation again. A trio of villagers walk towards you. All right, Gadahi. Taking bets now on how Princess Agni will ruin the party this time. All right. Is it too easy to say by being wasted? Come now, that's hardly in question. Daksha? I'll take those odds. Of course you would, Daksha. Any bets on when Daksha wouldn't give in to placing a bad bet? You've created a secret. Daksha has a penchant for gambling. Daksha would serve Agni herself and forget she's already bet against it. The booze must always flow at my tavern. Besides, it's possible to say no to the princess. Oh, there she is now. You notice a young woman, Princess Agni, stumbling through the crowd. Her gait is lopsided, both her smile and the crown on her head at risk of slipping off her person. She drunkenly high-fives several villagers. Her sister, Princess Gowri, however, I delight in denying her everything. She does get so worked up. Hey, it's been a while since we've played Piss Off the Princess. Princess Agni approaches and drapes an arm over Daksha's shoulder. Careful now. The group begins walking up to the castle doors. High Priestess has eyes everywhere. Shh, fishman. Why do you speak in these? The princess waves a hand in the air. These words. Just say what you mean and mean what you drink. The group reaches the castle steps. Hee hee hee. Alright, we've made some real progress. You have become Princess Agni.
You gloat, your first successful capture of human being. Your first pilfered intelligent body. You've grown up so fast. So what if it was only possible because she was so intoxicated she was departing from human and more approaching a pickle? Abruptly, a tremor takes hold of you, the giddy shakes of being somewhere you're not supposed to be, and then the world collects into swirling vortex. You try to walk forward, but find each step veering off to the side until you're leaned heavily against a wall. Your sorry catching on gilded pillars as you drag your shoulder along it. This how all humans proceed? You vaguely register the knight asking permission to frisk your vessel. Easy there, Tiger. I've got nothing on me. I'm just here to look pretty. Oops. The knight pulls out what looks like a rudimentary firework out of the fabric of your sari. A giggle emanates in your chest, bubbling up through your throat. Hiccup. You walk through the doors. The partygoers wind themselves across the ballroom. They grasp hands, creating human chains that snake in figure eights, skirts twirling and fabric flowing. Daksha slowly whirls around, holding her hand up to her face. Your vessel leans around Daksha in an attempt to see what aroused that reaction. A tall woman sprouts from a gaggle of tittering villagers, all attempting to catch her attention. Her gaze, however, is fixed on the back of Daksha's head. You catch the woman's eye, and her smile takes on a conspiratorial look. She raises a finger, points at Daksha, and then curls it inward, beckoning. Daksha leans into your eye line, blocking out the woman. Your vessel makes a scandalized impression. What's going on? Nothing. Whoever knows. You at odds with the High Priestess again? No. How fun. Looks like she's being swarmed by the farmers. I can dismiss them. I heard she's under orders to purify you the first chance she gets. Purify me? Queen Devi wants you cleansed. I'm not haunted by any phantoms. Not phantoms, spirits. Daksha mimics drinking from a bottle. Your vessel bounds away, flouncing around a pillar and up stone steps. A tingling sensation fills your body, warmth blossoming in your chest and rushing through your veins. Mirth. Your vessel enjoys this. Running. Kuta! Means dog. Fuck, it's cops. You reel back, almost jumping out of your vessel from shock. You just heard Agni's thoughts. The shaky giddiness grows. Oh, we have unfinished things. Oh no. I get it, but there are benefits to the competition. Like, I would not play most of these games if it wasn't for IFComp. I wish there was some kind of way that IFComp was like not as, I don't know. I wish there was something that took away the impending deadline of these kinds of competitions. But it is important. Deadlines are useful. Hello, princess. A young woman, similar in appearance to your current vessel, albeit slightly older, marches down the corridor, her anklets clinking sharply with each step. Her expression is unlike the others you've been accustomed to being greeted by in this vessel. She's unimpressed. Your vessel curtsies, nearly falling over in the process. Look at the state of you. You look like the front end of a bullock cart. Where have you been? I was at Lung's Tavern for the pre-revelry, or did you miss me, sister? Did you wish to make our faces together and talk about our crushes? Oh yeah, let's be mean.
You nudge the thought to the forefront, blaring out to the speakers in your vessel's mind. Your vessel utters the words of your choosing. True agency. You tighten your grip on your vessel. Princess Gari falters. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. I'm much too busy with my duties for silly, fanciful... I've spent the better part of this evening negotiating this cursive discourse. Your vessel watches her splutter, confounded. This is strange. If you've misplaced yourself, you should insult me. That usually works for you. Does your tongue escape you? Oh, have you been holding out on me? Are you on an ascender? Princess Gari clears her throat. Why do I bother with you still? You do not care at all for your host, for your role as host of the revelry. I promise you I care a great deal to be the life of the revelry instead. And you, how does bullying the knights figure into your role as host? Yeah, I'm not letting up on her. And you? How does bullying the knights figure into your role as host? Please. Shaming them for yielding to feudal dominion in a post-barter economy is hardly bullying. You're a princess. You are feudalism. And you are the village idiot. I should burp in her face. Wonder if I can manage a big one. Your vessel leans forward, burping in an immodest belch in Gary's face. Gary jerks forward, grabbing your vessel by the hair. Arcs of lightning, sensation drawn to a frenzied pitch you've never felt before, zips through your body. Pain. The sisters shriek and grapple, pulling flowers and ornaments out of each other's hair. You attempt to capture Princess Gowry. While you know her enough to capture, her guard is up. You're flung back. Luckily, the princesses are too distracted to notice your phantasm. Go back to Princess Agni. Something about being grappled with has made your vessel feel even more inebriated. The sudden thudding of metal on stone threatens to rattle your organs loose. A knight rounds the corner at high speed, failing to slow his momentum. He slams into the opposite wall, grunting in pain. He looks as though his armor is a couple sizes too big and much more tarnished than the other knights. The princesses freeze, watching the knight attempt to straighten his helmet. Princesses, Princessy? Agni straightens up when she hears the knight's voice. I heard wails. Has an animal infiltrated the castle, or is an assailant upon you? Oh God, it's an animal assailant? God's sake, Mazbood, keep your grimy nose out of it. How rude, isn't she foul? Gowry jabs an elbow into you. Gowry? The knight finally straightens his helmet, taking in the jumble of limbs. Two princesses, disarray, hair caught in each other's hands and jewelries. Gods, it is Princess Gowry to you. Holy cow, can your mind grasp any memory, or have you taken that many hits to the gourd? Don't listen to her. You know that she still thinks the earth is flat, right? Gowry shoves your vessel in the chest. Sending you nearly to the floor. However, as her hair is caught in your bangles, she yanks you sharply back to her, yelping. You catch a dichotomy in Mazbood. He rolls his eyes, but he smiles to himself as he steps forward. He hesitantly reaches to untangle Gowry's hair. Easy there. Try not to be skittish. Don't talk to me like a damn donkey. You notice Princess Gowry's demeanor change, a loosening in her periphery. You have become Princess Gowry. You feel achingly mortal. There is a great stillness to this vessel. Where you were used to the incessant movement in other living vessels, you realize this one is holding her breath. Oh, Shona, why must you find me so? Her internal voice is airy, lilting. The sound of a gently rising symphony with no identifiable source fills the air. Your vessel watches Mazboot reach for your hair. He seems more capable from this point of view. Caught in your gaze, I am a calcium improvisation barely pulled together. Molded not towards interminable summit, but instead twisted into shape out of mere happenstance. Your formidable soul dwarfs mine. The tip of Mazboot's tongue sticks out as he hunches over, focusing on untangling Gowry's hair. Is it happenstance that has you rescuing me now as well? Or perhaps we were your sweet giant ears. Or perhaps were your sweet giant ears trained for the dulcet tones of my distress. Pain shoots up through your vessel's scalp, but Mazboot tugs the wrong way. Ah! You oaf! You hear the muffled voice of Agni as though from the bottom of a well, for Gowry does not care to pay her any attention. Lights back on Mazboot. Oh, dear Mazboot, forgive my accursed, blighted self, damned to rhapsodize only at the secluded altar in my mind. How long must I put up this facade? How long shall I pine and skulk down corridors in this waking world, praying, longing for the day you may return my affections? You have created a secret. Princess Gowry is in love with the knight, Mazboot II. You gaze tenderly at Mazboot, helmet slipping down over his eyes. Folly. Madness and folly. How dare I indulge in such flights of fancy? How dare I imagine you to hold anything short of contempt for me when I torture you so? Mazboot's hand brushes your cheek. You flush, head emptying. Blah, blah, blah. Blah? Yeah, no. Oh, Shona, my love, my goose. What terrible forces wrought our fable to be one so tragic? All we have are these sudden moments, stolen moments, these perversions of classical moonlight trysts. Agni steps back and you realize that you're no longer entangled together. Thanks, Mazboot. Gods, that nearly sobered me up. Of course, Agni. I have something else that might help. Mazboot pulls a flask out of a concealed pocket, handing it to a delighted Agni. How charitable you are. How you descend like the sun itself upon even such meager a being as my sister. Give me that. You take a big swig from the flask, emptying it. You wink at Agni, rejoicing in her annoyed glare. A funny feeling is birthed in your chest. Oh, Agni, the queen has called for you. She is in the royal chambers? Is my father there? Perhaps. I can only be sure that she is in the company of a handmaiden. Very well. I shall scurry off to my mother like a good house pet. Agni turns to leave. Nope, remain. Agni sweeps over, throwing one last retort over her shoulder. Hey, Mazboot. You knights are trained in espionage, right? You should find out where she slinks off to early every morning. You've created a secret. Princess Gowry sneaks off somewhere in the early mornings. Your vessel lunges towards her. Falling short, you land on your knees, shaking a fist at Agni's retreating form. You watch her misjudge the width of the doorway, drunkenly flouncing straight into the doorframe. Mazboot clears his throat. May I ask for your hand, princess? Your vessel reels in shock. Could it be? Could it truly be? Do the saints fawn before me for him to so blatantly ask for my hand to take a turn around the ballroom? Is it by some twisted thread in the tapestry of our tale that he has toppled from my tempestuous temptations? What? You can barely pull together a decent walk and you expect me to believe you dance?
Mensboot blinks, an arm outstretched to you. You realize he was offering you a hand to get you off the floor. Heat fills your cheeks. Your vessel scrambles to her feet, haughtily ignoring his outstretched hand as he politely ignores you, misinterpreting his courtesy. Great lands, you accursed, wretched little thing, Gowry. Why must you spew such filth? Oh, how I wish I had the strength to be my own self with you, Mensboot. Oh, how sorry I am. Trot along, then. Mensboot furrows his eyebrows, annoyed. He lowers his head in a sign of goodbye and turns on his heel. An ugly feeling builds in you, colonizing your gut. Guilt. Wait, I'm sorry. Your vessel's eyes widen, surprised with herself. Sorry? 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 You straighten up, self-consciously touching your ear. Yes. Sorry for being an awful stink. Mensboot raises an eyebrow and then does something that wholly confounds your smile. Wholly confounds your vessel. He bites back a smile. You take a step back in alarm. Your movement tears a surprised laugh out of Mensboot. You look at each other, so pleasantly nonplussed you're not sure how to act. Curious. Do I deceive myself, or was that not a strange dance between us just then? This shall be ripe fodder for my nightly descent into madness. The moment is broken by another knight rounding the corner. Mensboot, some guests are going, but hello, princess. What's going on, Belbeer? They demand to know where the king is, claiming they have livestock disputes. Chickens. Mensboot turns to you, lowering his head in goodbye. I shall take your leave, princess. Oh, how dashing, how noble, how brave of you to thrust yourself into the fray, unheeding of what perils may lie in the savage discussion of chickens. A martyr, my hero. Do be careful. Both the knights' eyebrows shoot up their head. What on earth? Why did I say that? Your vessel swiftly spins around, intending to find her mother in the royal chamber. What do you know? You follow the knight across the ballroom. Gate hampered by your vessel's oversized armor. Villagers thump you on the back as you pass. Trouble slaying the dragon, Mensboot? You notice the peculiarities to this vessel. Whereas others seem to rarely say what they are thinking, this one bypasses all filters. Always. What dragon? Princess Gowry, of course. She looked quite red, must have been furious. Did she? I don't think she was angry. Impossible. She's always angry. If you unscrewed her head, you would see her organs boiling, and the stolen souls of little children. That's a bit much. Being the heir to the throne puts a lot on your shoulders. I don't envy her position. Everyone tries to rile her up, too. Give her a break. The knight shakes his head. You are a saint, Mensboot. You should join Arya at the temple. In fact, with how you talk about the princess, you sound blinder than he is. And he is actually blind. Your vessel steps out into a small courtyard. A group of villagers are talking heatedly. You recognize the two at the center, one of the twins from earlier, and the scheming man. Mensboot attempts drawing attention to himself.
All right, let's settle down. I wouldn't expect a court jester to understand or even be able to read. Oh, that's low, Raj. Real classy coming from someone who makes a living off getting people wasted. Oh wait, do you still even own Lung's Tavern? Watch it, Adith. So this is really cool in the sense that, like, there's a lot of intrigue going on. I'm losing the plot, and maybe that's the point. But I'm definitely losing the plot. One of the things that I think is really hard with this kind of, like, mostly linear storytelling is that, like, so much can be going on, and I think there's a lot of branching here. Like, I could have stayed and, like, checked out what's going on with the princesses. I could have gone this other place. So, like, there's so many different plot lines going on, which I find really, really impressive. But there is a lot going on. And again, maybe it's because I'm, like, bouncing around. I'm, like, not trying to be particularly, like, completionist or thinking about this in a way that would absolutely work, but I don't know. I just, it is something I'm definitely thinking about. That's for sure. So, cool. Your vessel pushes through the crowd. Adith, tell me what's going on. Raj scoffs exaggeratedly. Why am I not surprised? The knight would ask for your side of the story first. He addresses the crowd. When it comes down to it, the palace workers will favor each other. You created a secret. Palace workers side with the royal family in times of conflict. No, that's not it at all. Simmer down. No, that's not it at all. I just would like to hear both sides of the story. Raj looks at you irritatedly. Adith intervenes. No offense, buddy, but we've already been through this with one night. Quite. Where is the Royal Highness? For the first time, Mazboot does not consider vocalizing what's on his mind. I have no clue. The king is occupied. I don't suppose your mother would know. A couple people in the crowd giggle while the rest cock their heads in confusion. Mazboot mirrors them, helmet slipping over his eyes. My mother has been away on a trading expedition with my father, or has been retired from knighthood for years now. I think the first one, just to be honest. My mother has been away on a trading expedition with my father for a fortnight. How could she possibly know? Tell me. What is the problem? Isn't it obvious? Adith looks down pointedly. Notice for the first time that he's cradling a chicken in his arms. The chicken is wearing a wire crown, jewelry dangling from it. No. Your vessel blinks, confused. Raj puffs up his chest, finger puncturing the air. That is my chicken. Then how could I be holding it? Because you stole it, obviously. Did you steal it, Adith? Her name is Foxy, and she is my partner. Oh, lands, animal abuse. For I act Gotta hay. Well, Mazboot? Capture chicken. You have become chicken. Cluck. Edith looks down at you worriedly. Did you hear that? She's never made that sound before. Cluck. The arguing continues. You search the memories of the chicken. They begin approximately 10 minutes ago. Remain in chicken. I do not care. Remain in chicken. I don't... Please let me remain in chicken. Fine. You have become a deep. The urge to set up a joke with no punchline gnaws at you. Where did you get the chicken, Edith? A memory flashes through your vessel's brain, so vividly you know that it's been revisited many times. Crouched low to the ground, your vessel is attempting to put a chicken into a hat, squawking and yelping as he is scratched raw. Feathers hanging thickly in the air, hair matted to his forehead, he bemoans his failure and abandons the quest. After a considerable time spent sulking, he spots a chicken climbing into the hat, entirely of her own volition. A divine miracle. The sun parts the clouds, casting a spotlight on the duo. She found me. She came to me. She chose me. I don't know. I must have bought her with the rest of my chickens. No. Crazy chicken talk. Right, but where did you buy her from? Oriman, the chicken man. Aha! I bought her from Oriman. What do you mean, aha? I said his name first. You fool. I specifically bought that chicken for his train. Train for what? You don't do magic. I'm under no sufferance to tell you my private affairs. That you haven't thought of a lie yet. Mazboot bangs his chest plate, wincing from the impact. Alright. How? Alright, this problem's easily solved. We shall ask the chicken man, Araya man. The two men snort. Good luck with that. I know he is quite the hermit, but he shall have to make an exception for a knight of the King's Guard. A false. He doesn't even deign to attend the Queen's parties. Have you not noticed? You've created a secret. Ariaman does not attend the Queen's parties. Whispers erupt in the crowd, all speculating on the chicken man's strange elusiveness. I never liked him. Everyone's been talking about it. Some of the rumors should be of special concern to you. Bless his suspicious heart for ushering my sweet Foxy into this world. Obvious solution there. The whispers rise. Mazboot bangs his chest plate again, suppressing a wince. That's enough. I will not tolerate the festering of gossip. I will take the chicken for now and oversee the investigation. Mazboot takes the chicken off of your vessel's arms as you blow a kiss to it, promising a sweet reunion. Mazboot walks back into the palace. Your vessel trails him for a bit before veering off, heading down a staircase, intending to go to the palace workers' quarters. What do you know? I don't necessarily care about this chicken. I want to remain. I'm not sure what the end point here is. I guess it's just midnight, but I don't get to see a time. And it's no bigger if I make the window any bigger. It's just one of those things where it's like, this is just keeps going. What was this labeled as? It's labeled as half an hour. I guess it's only been half an hour, but still. Just keeps going. And like the reason why it feels weird, I think, is because it's like a little aimless. And I know that that's the point. but I don't know. Your vessel descends to the lower floor, as skipping a step as he greets the other palace workers. Advisors, gardeners, cooks, handmaidens, your fellow court jesters, and Jolly, your vessel's sister, and Kieran. The corridor is a bustle of energy and rushing bodies, the teeming underbelly of the party. Your vessel approaches a room reserved for the handmaidens. It seems a meeting is underway. Ho-ho, ladies. No. Anyone want to see a magic trick? I promise it's not the one where my pants disappear again. A handmaiden rises to shut the door in your face. Abruptly, she pauses and places a firm hand on your cheek, turning you to face her, eerily still. She looks deep into your eyes. I see you. Caught. Within seconds, you are extracted from your vessel and bound into a sacred gourd. Before midnight, you were caught and bound in a sacred gourd. Baba never claims you as his own, for why would he when that would out him as a fraud? So we're back to that. So let's... Okay. So we do have to go with Mazboot. And there's no... I mean, the obvious choice is to go with Mazboot, but like, why... Again, why make this linear? That's always my question. Like, why would you make it linear? You have become Mazboot. You march with purpose to the royal chambers, clunky footsteps ringing out as you climb several stone staircases. Alighting upon the top floor, you pad down carpeted hallways, heading down to an ornate door guarded by Knight Balbier. He opens the door for you. The queen is seated by her desk, poring over sheets of paper. A handmaiden is leaned over the desk, whispering something to her. Yes, Mazboot. Do you require... Oh, a chicken. Yes, Your Highness. There is a small matter of ownership dispute over this chicken. The queen opens her arms, wishing to hold the chicken. You approach the queen. The handmaiden steps forward as you do, curiously watching you. In a moment, not wholly impossible to predict, the chicken suddenly goes berserk, flapping its wings and clawing at anything within reach. Squawks and feathers fill the air. Your vessel attempts to catch hold of the chicken, but only spooks it further. It flies into the handmaiden's face, claws catching on her sari. The queen screams, her composure shattered. You sense collapse in her boundary. You have become the queen. Yeah! Your vessel ducks under the desk, watching Mazboot and the handmaiden wrestle with the chicken. Crab the little shit. Disastrous. Oh, great lands. The handmaiden runs around in the room, head full of chicken. Shall I take this as divine providence, him bringing me a rampaging chicken just as I was looking through the list of knights for suspects? Whack it with a goblet. Or perhaps do I have it twisted up? Would my husband's bastard child and secret heir to the kingdom never be involved in such an embarrassing affair? You've created a secret. Your vessel makes a dart for the doors, slipping out and shutting them behind her. You rearrange your sari, smiling sagaciously at Knight Balbier. He glances at the door, concerned by the screams emanating from within. It is nearing midnight, Your Highness. The guests await your arrival. Your address. A handmaiden stands at the end of the hallway, waiting to escort the queen. Your vessel... Alright, fine. What do you know? Capture Knight. You have become Knight Balbier. Your vessel stares at a speck on the distant wall, almost sage-like in his ability to keep the formulation of any single thought at bay. The queen sweeps away, joined by the handmaiden whispering to each other. This would be the perfect time to contact Baba. The floor gleams, reflecting a mosaic in the ceiling. An area of the floor begins emitting a soft luminescence. The tesserae of the mosaic begin shuffling around each other, forming the image of Baba, laughing to someone out of view. You expect the knight to notice, but he merely purses his lips to create the facade of higher cheekbones. Stop. I said it. You're impossible. I said you're impossible, you. Baba's face swims into view, eyes bloodshot and drooping, his smile sedate. Oh, it's you, is it? Well, what's got you looking so pinched? Voices laugh in the background on Baba's end, and he flips a lock of hair over his shoulder magnanimously. I kid. I'm a trickster. Spit it out, diva. What have you found? Can't you see I'm having good company? Which rumor have you identified as the most sordid? I do think the king may have a bastard child. Is the most sordid. Oh, now that is juicy. Perfect. Well done. Okay, go all out. Find this heir. Sounds like the kingdom is going to be wasted the rest of the night, and I am sure you have found out by now how useless capturing a wasted vessel can be. I'll send you back out at noon. The kingdom should be up and about by then. You are yanked back into being. Your roiling mass is once again greeted by tightly bound matter. Okay. You become Riverstone. The sound of running water reaches you first. Then, Baba's voice, more strung out than last night's. Never bumping potion drops again, my cursed head. Baba's voice floats through the air. Hundreds of shoots of bamboo spring from the earth, climbing high overhead. You realize you are a smooth, round riverstone, one of many in the stream, forming a path to a stone structure ahead. A change of scenery. This is the temple. The greatest impediment and bane of my existence in any kingdom. Are sadhus, priests, saints, babas, monks, or whatever the charlatans fancy calling themselves. So, first order of the day. Go check out the competition, and if you find them impressive, take care to remember that the souls truly touched by the divine are the least vocal in their self-campaigning. Oh, and you should also notice it takes less effort to capture vessels now, with the exception, of course, of highly guarded individuals. Go on then, shoot. Pretty, bring me the headache soother. No, the other less sharp rock. You move ahead by one riverstone. A couple more to go. Voices trickle throughout the air. The voices rise, and with them the appearance of two sandaled feet. Two monks emerge into view, seated on the steps of the temple. Have you heard, Arya? His voice is high-pitched, betraying his young, pre-adolescent age. All I can do is hear. Very funny. You can smell it too. You smell right now, in fact. The two monks laugh. Go on, Rishon. Share with me what sordid stories you've overheard in the Fountain Square today. Pestilence. Arya gasps, head minutely turning in the other monk's direction, ear-lined more attentively. Or rather, rumors of a pestilence. How many sick? None, maybe. What? Are you playing a trick? No, it confounds me as well. A farmer relayed the rumor to me in the same manner, equally confused. So, are there rumors of an epidemic? Some contagion passing between villagers? Sounds like a riddle. Indeed. A lilting voice carries on a breeze, calling Arya's name. Arya rises to his feet. He turns and walks into the temple, sweeping a long bamboo reed along the floor just in front of his feet.
You realize he is the blind monk you heard of earlier. Monk Rishon rises as well, visibly a young child, no more than 12. You have become Monk Rishon. You expect to feel the lightness of childhood, yet you are met with the feeling of innocence lost already. Your vessel steps into the temple. Every surface is intricate stonework, depicting deities and animals, contorted into emphatic poses, relaying a self-evident story. The tall woman from the place, the one Daksha was hiding from, is seated in the center of the temple, hands in mudra position on her lap. Kneeling before her are 3 villagers, spines curved, foreheads touching the floor. High Priestess, you called for me? The tall woman beckons him forward. Yes, this child requires a man of medicine. His gut ails him. The High Priestess guides one of the men into a laying down position, while the other 2 remain kneeling. Your vessel glides through the temple, fetching bowls filled with powder, each carrying a distinctly strange scent. You place them reverently into Arya's hands and guide them toward the sick man. He drops to his knees, head lowered, dark-haired falling around his face in a curtain. Gently, with affected care, he dips his fingers in the bowls and drags them in sweeping arcs on the stone floor. Obliging cherubims hold up temple trumpets for our curious passing, us spectators. He begins the low hum deep in his throat. Arya reaches blindly forward, fingertips finally finding the edge of the man's robes. He leans over the man, hair pooling onto his stomach, hands ghosting over his belly. Arya leans back, sitting on his heels, palms pressed to his eyes. His hum rises until it touches the resonant frequency of the temple, making the space feel alive. Abruptly, he stops humming. He withdraws his hands, colored powder encircling his eyes like a panda. The demon Kali has taken up host in your gut. The villagers gasp, hands flying to their mouth. Worry not, I have begun the exorcising process, and she shall vacate within a moon cycle at the latest. Monk Rishon, could you prescribe a draft to usher the exorcism? Your vessel bows his head and walks into the recesses of the temple. You bring back a gourd, liquid sloshing inside it. Once a night, following a prayer prescribed by the monk Rishon, your vessel shoots her a look, incensed. She quickly smooths out her expression when the villagers look up at her, eyes wide. The High Priestess covers her smile. Yes, I just need a sentence. For this utterance will usher easy passage into lower intestines. Lower planes of existence. You press your palms together in a namaste position. By the light of all moons and suns, or spirit of the flesh, from where we come, expel the demon. No. Expel the demon, give this man the runs. Drive out the demon so that he may find relief near. Purge and clear his fear. The villagers look at you falteringly, expecting you to go on. Your vessel bows his head sagaciously. They side-eye each other but bow their heads as well. The High Priestess smooths out her smile and begins ushering the villagers out. Thank you for visiting the temple. As usual, we accept donations in cash only. The 3 temple workers watch the villagers egress, palms pressed together in a namaste. Once they round the bend of the river, the High Priestess shuts the temple doors. Well, another soul saved from damnation. The 3 of you snicker. Must I always be the one to spin tales? I can only rhyme sons with so many things. Little Rishon, you play your part well. I do not relish my part of spying on the villagers either, but it is necessary to know which villager attempted to sit on which pointy rock again.
Would you rather be blinded so you can play my part? High Priestess tisks, mumbling this again as she walks away. Your vessel grumbles. Surely we can both pretend to traverse the spirit world? You know the kingdom puts no stock in our sciences. It's a simple issue grounded in the virtue of humility. Anyone so sure of their own narrative must be espousing a false one. They believe in miracles, not diagnostics. Take it as a compliment. They think me a miracle because they expect less of a blind man. Your vessel sighs before helping Arya out to the temple, squeezing his arm good-naturedly. You've created a secret. The temple workers are keen observers and believers in science, operating under the guise of divining the spirit world. Just promise me a big chunk of land when you inherit the temple. Arya laughs. Arya, could you come mine the cauldron, please? I'm off to Lung's Tavern. Your vessel shares a look with Arya. She's running off to see Daksha, isn't she? Arya shrugs his shoulders and walks back into the temple, Reed sweeping the floor as he goes. Your vessel drops down by the river, dipping bare feet into the stream. This would be an opportune time to contract Baba. Can we be done? I know that's mean. So like this is actually a very cool. There's so much cool going on. I do like a lot of this. I'm just so lost in the plot. I feel like the first night mostly made sense. But now I'm very confused as to like what we're accomplishing. And I say this with knowledge that like there's a lot of cool stuff going on in this. Baba's droopy face swims into view, made droopier by the drifting current. You relay your investigation of the temple workers to Baba. Charlatans. They make a mockery of the spiritual practice. That's enough faffing about now. Head to the village proper and get digging. The High Priestess shall be leaving soon. You can hitch a ride with her cow if you find her curious. Or I'll ship you to Mazboot's house. The Queen did let slip he's on her list of suspects. I would strongly encourage you to do the latter and prioritize snooping around for the secret heir first. Baba gestures impatiently, hand poised to shuffle your being in the chosen direction. Oh, cool. We have one dead end. Is that really a dead end? Yeah, it is. Okay. Unfortunate that this also wasn't finished. Because again, there's a lot of cool thoughts here. I like this in a lot of ways. I like a lot of the intrigue. I think it's done a good job with a lot of the intrigue. I just really feel like it needs 2 or 3 rounds of sanding down. You have become cow. The journey to town is unencumbered by anything of interest. Your vessel ambles along, the High Priestess perched delicately on the cart behind you. Passing villagers call out to her, some even rushing up and bending their heads, her outstretched palm ghosting over their crowns. At last, you arrive at Lung's Tavern. Shaded by towering banana trees, Lung's Tavern resembles a pile of roughly thrown together rocks. Raucous laughter rises from inside. The High Priestess disembarks, greeting someone you recognize, the amused woman from the palace courtyard last night. The two women regard each other with hands politely pressed together in namaste position. Is she in? The amused woman giggles and pushes open the door of the tavern. So one of the things that I think is challenging here is like the break points between bouncing between targets isn't very clear, and like why those breakpoints are there. It's interesting though. You become a mused woman. The tavern is a bustle of activity. Intoxicated villagers shout across tables, decorum abandoned. Your vessel guides the high priestess through the throng, smothering a giggle to herself. There she goes. Taking orders 2 tables away is Daksha. Yuva approaches her, standing just behind her. What? A villager bumps into Daksha, drunkenly stepping on her foot. She yowls and swats his shoulder. Meow. Daksha turns, her face an inch away from Yuva's. Fuck off, Yuva. Don't you tire of playing everyone's fantasy? Daksha rolls her eyes, walking away. You deny that? Just mine then? A man slams into you, sending your vessel to the floor. You miss what Daksha says, but you catch the high priestess's expression faltering. Your vessel begins ambling towards the bathroom, out of earshot of the conversation. Daksha nearly trips over a drunk man sprawled on the floor. Yuva glares at the man and pushes her sandaled foot into his belly, pushing a burp out of him. Thanks, high priestess. You have become bloated man. There was a young couple who came to the temple every day last spring. They made hundreds of garlands of marigolds for my ceremonies, braided jasmines into my hair, and even planted an acre of hibiscus behind the temple. Did you know that? You'd know that if you said you'd burn my tavern down if you ever saw me again. Daksha ducks under the arm of a waiter and goes on ducking and dodging, trying to get away. Yuva maintains a straight path, the villagers hurrying to move out of her way. He said, she said, me said. Who the heck said really? They walk out of earshot once more. Daksha is making a beeline for Raj at the far end of the bar. You survey the bar for someone close to him. You spot Knight Balbir, chugging from a large goblet. You have become Raj. Daksha walks up to your vessel, a pleading look in her eyes. Didn't you wish to speak to me, Raj, about a private manager? Yes. Daksha beams. Apologies, Raj. Could you give me a moment alone with your business partner, please? The high priestess affixes you with dead-eyed stare. Daksha widens her eyes at you, begging. Your vessel pretends to have heard someone call his name and slips behind the bar. As I was saying, the young couple wanted me to bless their union. Apparently I had once preached that fertile flowers bring fertile marriages. You strain to hear them, shooing a woman away when she steps up to order a drink. The air was so thick with pollen, every breath felt like a razor. Daksha shorts, starting to move behind the bar. Obviously, you're allergic. Yuva exaggeratedly swoons. So you remember. The rumors are true. You still... Daksha whirls on a grinning Yuva. She searches her expression for something specific. Not finding it, her face crumples into anger. Daksha opens and closes her mouth several times. Finally, she grabs Yuva by the wrists and drags her into the storeroom. Your vessel noisily peeks through the narrowing door. I guess Daksha? A whirlwind of emotions churns your innards. Your vessel tugs on a cord and a hanging light bulb feebly lights the dark little storeroom. The high priestess's face appears carefully neutral. Is this a play What's the scheme? I only wish to talk with you. Talk to me? About what? Young married couples and flowers? No, there's something more you want from me. You think me having ulterior motives. Don't you dare look affronted. Yuva laughs, a bitter laugh. Strange that you should say that. Are you aware how affected your self-righteousness has looked lately? Especially in this light. The High Priestess taps the light bulb, sending it lightly swinging. Thought this was medieval India. Anyway. The shadow cast by the bulb warps their faces on each swing, altering their expressions, leaving little room to guess at some base, inherently true image of their faces. The moment takes on shaky ground. If I only want to talk to you about young married couples and flowers, am I not allowed? Your vessel glances away to a corner where two walls meet the floor. Your vessel mentally anchors herself to the realness of that corner. You feel strange. You cautiously probe down terrible corners of frightening implications. Land bridges erected between isles of souls. Connection. You balk at a cliff drop at the edge of pursuing that expansion of perception. Yuva sighs and opens the door. Light floods the storeroom, backlighting her. When I have her reach for Yuva, you swell, every particle of your being. If you could be said to have divisible particles, lights up. Agency, not just over what your vessel vocalizes, but enacting true change upon the world. How great it is, how great I am. Your vessel reaches out and grabs her wrist. You tangibly feel a splintering in the High Priestess's periphery. Is this what you want? Playing pleasure games and rotting our souls? Your vessel turns her eyes downward. Maybe it doesn't matter if I shall not be here any longer anyway. Why not just play then? Yuva grabs your vessel's hand and roughly presses a kiss to the palm. The act is one of anger. Fine. Keep your silence and keep playing hide and seek with me. But don't be surprised when you find yourself lost one day if I stop seeking. The door swings shut. Your vessel stands in the slim cocoon of light, darkness blanketing her. 5 minutes of cold silence passes and then your vessel exits the storeroom, noise riding and filling her world once more. Your vessel pours herself a large jug of pale-colored liquid, staring into its bubbly depths. Baba's face appears in the bottom of the glass. Thank you, Sonnefeld. In a moment, I'll be able to show that alert. Got some... Very much so. Oh. Well, doesn't even show. Fine. Gotta figure out how to get my alerts to work. But thank you very, very much for the donation. Interactive Fiction Technology Foundation is a very cool organization. They've been putting this on now in some form for 30 years. They also run Narrowscope Conference, which is about to post their 2023 talks in question mark weeks. All done with your joyride? Where to? I'm just trying to finish this. You were wrestled through space and time, rippling into being on the temple steps. The open doors reveal the temple is empty, save for Arya, the blind monk. His back is turned to you. You attempt to capture Arya. You are flung back. While this would ordinarily result in you being caught, you breathe a metaphorical sigh of relief, for the monk's blindness prevents him from perceiving you. Sharp crash of metal on stone. You attempt to capture Arya. Oh. The sharp crash of metal on stone, the golden plate hitting the floor. The sound rings out, bouncing off the walls and bearing back down on you. His eyes wide, pupils dilated, taking in as much light as they can. For the first time, they're clearly focused on something. The monk is looking at you. Hands once frozen, they now begin to tremble. You've created a secret. Arya, the blind monk, is running a con. He has his sight. He sees you, a nebulous cloud, roiling mass of stolen, pilfered bodies. You wait for him to scream, to entrap you in a sacred gourd of himself and doom you to interminable existence and mortal confinement. Instead, a whimper begins in the liar's throat. Might as well. You have become Arya, the blind monk. Something is very wrong. Your vessel takes a startled step back, evidently functioning eyes sweeping the room. He searches for the phantom he saw, anxious to witness it, but fearful of finding it. The sensory input through your eyes takes on new meaning. Objects come unstuck, losing their relation to one another. You begin to see through another sense organ, a tingling in your forehead growing. The limitations imposed on perception fall away, opening every door of every corridor conceivable. Twisting, cavernous labyrinths of thought laid bare and prone for your choosing. A larger pattern emerges and then collapses in on itself. Again, a single cog in greater design, multiplying and mushrooming, the roiling flesh of the cosmos. You drove him mad. At last, he saw it. The last man saw of God was man unseen by God. What do you know? Everything. You have become everything. Monk Rishon enters the temple, calling out to you. What does Arya say? Huh. Sure? It is I? Oh, I see. I think I'm in control of what we say. And then? I mean, this is an interesting, like, way to finish. But it is a bit like talking to ourselves in a way that, like, I don't know. I think it would be effective for like 2, maybe 3 rounds, but like now that we're on the 4th round, I mean, I'm not sure what to do, really, is the thing. Bored yet? I mean, see, that's what I mean. Like, I get that there's a joke there, but also I don't know. This could go on forever. It looks like I will have to be done. It is no fun to play with yourself. The freedom to do anything you like. How crippling.
Where's the surprise? Unknown. What do you know? Nothing. You have become. I take it that's the end, I guess? That was an interesting one. Whoops. What happens? Well, that is an interesting one to end on. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna call it a night here. There is one more I really wanted to do, but they are about to do some midnight road work. Yeah. It's definitely a question of what was that the end of that. But yeah. I think that's also like the fun though of doing especially shorter games. Yeah. Absolutely. I think I'm gonna sleep on some of these ratings and wonder the best way to 10 scale these, but also, you know, figure out what I mean to be saying. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out on this absolutely a Tuesday. I will absolutely be doing more of these. My illustrious co-host J-Ram will join us. We just haven't been able to both be on the same vibe. We've got some people hanging out. I think it'd be fun to drop on over to Cubalt. She's very fun. I like Cubalt. She's playing Shenmue, a different kind of interactive fiction. But she's a good time, good vibes. She's a sheep, so normal. That's not the right button. That's the right button. For sure though. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the donations. That means a lot. And thank you for checking out some games with us tonight. It's really important to me that that we do check out like new games that have come out. And yeah, thanks for being here. See you next time. Toodles.